Hello, 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 hello. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Let's see, how are you today? Did you sleep all right? Yeah. Okay, let me check because I know it's been already a full-on day and we're halfway through and some of you had a late night. So I want to see how's your energy this morning. So if your energy is low, stay seated. If your energy is okay, stand up. So if your energy is stay sitting. If you're feeling good, stand up. You can be honest, it's okay. It's not a test. Okay, just to check. Okay, right. So we're starting half-half. My job today, like yesterday, is to moderate, but it's also to energize you. So I will do my best to help you regain that energy and also to meet some people you don't know. So I have instructions for you again. Are you ready? So the first task is for you to find a table that has a code for the country where you're coming from. Now, I know according to the Berlin process, we're not allowed to put names of the countries. Sorry, guys, but it's really practical. So there's Bosnia and Herzegovina here. There are 6 tables. So Bosnia here, Albania there. They're in alphabetical order. Albania is here, Bosnia here. Find your country. Yeah. Well, where are you based at the moment? Okay, he can join any country he wants. Find your country, yeah? This should be an easy task. And if you're not from any of those countries, then find the country where you're based at the moment or interested in. There's Serbia over there, yeah? Yeah. Okay, have you started moving yet? What have we got here? People with low energy from which country? Uh-huh. You don't have a country. Okay. Is there any country you're affiliated with? Pick one, anyone. Macedonia here, and I have Kosovo here. Albania is over there. Yeah. Okay. Right. Does everyone have a country they have picked? You don't have to be from that country. Okay. I have some people sitting at tables which are not designated. I need you to move. Choose anywhere. Sorry. Ogden, I think you need to be there. Oh, you. Okay. All right. Okay, now we've got everyone. Right, I have a task for you. And the task is first to check. Thank you. Now, for those who were not here yesterday, what does the thank you mean? I think you got it.
Oh, it's to quiet down. It's to quiet down.
Yeah. So this is a special thank you to the newcomers. It practically doesn't mean thank you, it means stop talking. Ogden. We have a new guest today who has joined us. So I'm practicing and explaining what thank you means. Okay, so your task for this morning is first to check, is there anyone at the table from your country you don't actually know? Yes? I need you to meet each other, please. Have a conversation. Yeah. Okay, let's have a conversation. Yeah. Música mała. Where are you going? I just wanted to check. So the gong means stop talking also, so it's a thank you. Okay. I just wanted to check, is there anyone who knew absolutely everyone at their table? Yes? Who was it? Yeah? Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So not many people. And for me, it's really always weird that when you are in civil society, we are all more or less activists here representing really important subjects, that there's still people who don't know each other. So I would highly encourage you to use any opportunity to meet new people. I know for all of us, it's more natural to talk to people we already know because it's easier, but I would really love for you to meet some more. So now the task is, I have one more task before we start. So the task is to look across the room to a country that you haven't been to, or if you've been to all those countries, then find the person from a different country and go and meet them. And you have 3 minutes. Go. Kosovo, I think over there. Over there. Thank you. Thanks. You can have a seat now. Ready? Yeah, feel free to have a seat. Hi, Marina. Hi. Okay. A very quick check. Is there anyone who met a person that they might be able to do some work with? No? Is there anyone who met a new person at all? Yeah? Okay, good, good, good. Anyone who wants to share the experience? Any surprises? No sharing yet. Okay, I understand. Good. And just to double check, since when we started, your energy was kind of, how's your energy now? If you're feeling better, keep sitting. If you're feeling worse, stand up. Okay, good, good, good. Now, I think Jeremy's gone to get a timer, but I think we have to get started. So I'm going to get into the moderator mode. And for those of you who are here for the first time today, who weren't here with us yesterday, welcome to the Berlin Process Civil Society Forum and Think Tank. It's our second day. We have for today 5 panels. We still have a lot to get through. And remember, for 3 of our topics, we have rapporteurs who will be presenting recommendations which you have in your packs. And for the 2 spotlight sessions, we will have a debate or a conversation, a panel discussion, so to speak. We encourage you to ask questions and to make comments, but we have to be firm with time. So I am, again, going to be quite, boring with stopping you if you talk for too long. Okay, any questions before we begin? If not, I will encourage you to use the Mentimeter to vote on the next topic. Now, I don't know who's controlling the Mentimeter. While we settle down. And the question is, what steps are necessary to improve equality and diversity in the region? It's a nice introduction into our panel today. As you know, the situation is really grim at the moment, but I know there are many of you who are doing amazing work in this area. So you need to scan the code and start answering the question. And while we do that, I will start inviting my guest speakers. So first, Tanya Ivanova, Rapporteur for the Group on Gender and Diversity, President of Reactor Research in Action. Give Tanya a round of applause, please. Tamara Srnetic, former Minister of Public Administration, Digital Society and Media, Montenegro. Welcome, Tamara. We have Ognen Janeski, journalist, gender and media expert. I have Magnola Vezi, Executive Director, Roma Women's Rights Center. And I have Dan Sokoli, co-founder, Dilberism. I'm going to switch microphones. Now, I'm super excited because most of you probably know, or maybe not, but this topic is really close to heart. Now, I don't know, can we maybe make it, that's better. Can you hear me better now? Yeah, okay. So this topic is really close to heart. And I know on the stage I have some amazing activists in heart and activists in what you do. So this discussion will probably not be that objective, if you ask me, because we all care deeply, but we will try and stay focused, as we said. So first of all, I will invite Tanya to give us a summary of the recommendations and your insight into what needs to be done when it comes to gender equality in the region.
Thank you. I'm not sure how close I should be to the microphone, but I hope you can hear me. Great, thank you. So first of all, thank you for giving space to an important topic like this. And to be honest, it was very difficult to prepare my speech for today. I had something else in mind to discuss, but there was a documentary on TV last night that changed my mind. The problem is that gender and diversity are not the problem. The challenge is not a chapter in a report or a single working group at a forum like this. It's an intersection of everything and all the sectors and all the topics that have been discussed today. It's growth, reconciliation, digital transition, security, governance, or environment. So it's difficult to put everything in a 5-minute speech or a short list of recommendations, which are inevitably incomplete. There is no intervention that can be truly inclusive or wholesome when it comes to lived realities of women or Roma people or LGBTQI plus community, youth or persons with disability or people living in rural areas. There are so many different people in our region and in the world that we need to take into consideration when creating recommendations and policies. And this is why it is hard to talk about this. But also, this is an opportunity because we can embed gender and diversity meaningfully across all areas if we just listen to each other and if we listen to people's needs that are out there in the streets. We sit here today, but outside there is a different world. There are anti-gender narratives that are growing stronger. There are populists who weaponize the differences, our differences, and also governments who often treat equality as an afterthought or just a tick of the box. So this is not just a political problem, but it's a missed opportunity to connect with citizens and to build trust and to make democracy tangible. Across our region, we know that democracy is under strain and liberal voices are louder than ever. And I would like to come back to a woman called Hannah Arendt, who talked about this 70 years ago. And her words are still strong and important today because she said that the ideal subject of a totalitarian rule is not the convinced Nazi or a convinced communist, but people for whom the distinction between fact and fiction, between true and false, no longer exists. And I believe that we live in a world like this today, and that's why gender and diversity is important, because it's about humans, it's about people outside who need to listen and who need to learn again how to talk to each other regardless of our differences. And also to consider liberty that is also brings responsibility. So joining the EU or making the region stronger means, first of all, individual responsibility that has to come with action. And that's why I would like to call all of us to go outside and do something about justice, do something about facts that matter, and do something about equality, but not as abstractions, but as lived realities. And if I have to take a couple of recommendations from the book that you already have in front of you, so these are published, I would say that creating a gender equality scorecard and a watchdog mechanism is one of the most important recommendations because we need to monitoring to ensure that we have progress. We need to have diversity targets that are embedded across the Berlin process, but also across our policies and also on the agenda of our political leaders who are not here today. So another recommendation that I would take out is funding feminist infrastructure and innovation, and launching an innovation fund that provides core long-term funding for feminist CSOs and research centers, but also for marginalized communities and grassroots organizations that face all these problems directly on the ground. And I would say that one more recommendation that is so political, mainstreaming gender equality into all reform processes. But this means everything that I have said before. And it is really important that mainstreaming gender into reforms and establishing accountability through the recommendations that I have mentioned are not niche tasks. They are the foundation for everything else that we want to achieve. And I think that I should stop here because I may have run over my time. So I want to.
You're very good.
Yeah.
I think we need a round of applause for Tanya. We really kept on time here. I think what you mentioned, gender mainstreaming, in all of our projects these days, it's a tick box. It's meant to be a tick box.
And
But what we
research shows
really want to show is that we need to make a change and change from the mindset of it being a tick box exercise and actually really thinking through the things. And I have several people in the room here who have worked with me on projects over the past 5 years. When you approach it completely differently, and when you actually get into the thinking of the needs and thinking through all the different elements at individual, at team, at policy level, and at society level, it's only then that we can actually make a proper difference. Now, I know yesterday in several sessions, we talked about policy, and we talked about how important it is for politicians and people who are in parliaments, people who are in ministries, being aware and actually championing some of the things we were talking about. And for me, it is a huge pleasure having Tamara here with us today. Tamara is not currently in the government, but we worked together when you were, and I know you continue to work in this area really actively. So I want to use this opportunity to give you the floor to tell us about your experience and why it is so important to have women, young women, and also to have diversity as part of politics and in influential decision-making places. Over to you, Tamara.
Okay, we got it. Thank you, Fierce Lara, and it's such a privilege to be here, really. My name is Tamara. I use pronouns she, her, ona, and I see a lot of amazing faces of, and have met a lot of new amazing folks who represent really the values that I hope we have more in this world, and that I want the leadership of the future to represent, and I want to talk about those values. Today, as we talk about gender and diversity, I want to just quickly answer Lara's question and say that having women in leadership roles isn't just about representation, it really changes the outcomes. Because as we all have seen around the world, when women lead, policies tend to be more inclusive, societies tend to be more resilient, and there's more trust in public service as an institution. Because they really tend to address the needs of the entire population, it's not just half of it, especially address the needs of the most marginalized and underserved voices. As for many of you, I have two strong examples of leadership in my own household, my grandma and my mom. They taught me courage, resilience, and I've approached my life and the values that I have kind of leveraged to lead with the courage, joy, and kindness that I've hoped and tried to represent in every role I've taken in my life. So what I saw at home, I seized to build in a world, and have been focusing on building bridges and serving those especially that are most underserved and most marginalized. I had privilege to have many mentors and amazing women around me. When I have moved in California, I had a chance to work with Kamala Harris. She was California's Attorney General at that time, and my team have partnered with her to implement California's open government and open data initiative. And with leaders like her and others, I have been able to really work on diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda in California. We were also in charge of leading digital services and policy reform in California. And all of those have been really moved forward with the most underserved in mind. So we have been doing the research that needed to be done to really understand the needs of most underserved people. And I'll give you a couple of examples of that. So we've created a policy design lab that really has helped us bring folks who have leveraged design, research, and data to understand and also involve those who are the most underserved in our policies and service delivery. One example is CalFresh food stamps, and it is the policy and really public service benefits that affect those at the poverty line, and especially single moms. And it is $600 that single moms get every month as a paycheck, but they don't take advantage of it because there's such a convoluted process. It took about 2 hours for a single mom to apply for this CalFresh food stamps application. You actually spend time with single moms and those the poverty line, sometimes homeless people, and spend a lot of time at the streets with them. We journey map the process and all of the pain points that they had to go through to really streamline both the policy and the actual digital service. So this is where we truly in action involved folks that are most underserved to not just shape how the policy is being created, but also the final digital service. There are several different examples of where we've done similar and involved those who are most underserved, and especially women. You must have heard of Roe versus Wade policy, and in California, our team was charged in creating abortion.com website, which was a statement of our governor, California's Governor Newsom, to say that California is a refuge for all of those who can't get healthcare services in their states. So we've worked with women across U.S. To really understand their needs and fears, and we created abortion.com website that has provided free services as well as transports to women across the U.S. who have needed that support when it was most needed. COVID-19, our team was in charge of digital response for COVID-19. We've leveraged our research team to talk to women, as an example, and marginalized folks who needed our help. We found out from them, especially when we were able to actually go outside, but most of the folks are still working from home. You can imagine moms, having to juggle both their work and having to have their young ones at home, whatever, screaming. And so we had childcare services that we created specifically for those moms. We co-designed this service with them. There are several other examples of how we essentially brought in the people who needed most of our help in the design of the services and solutions. And then I wanted to just share some examples of how we've taken some of these playbooks and manifestos to when I had, honestly, the privilege of my lifetime to come back and serve in my home country, Montenegro. Some of my peers from U.S. were coming for the last, before I came to serve, 10 years to bring the data research and design skills to and help the leaders from civil society and public service in Montenegro leverage those in public administration sector. So when I came the first several months, we've started to implement or pilot policy design lab that essentially was aiming at involving some of the most marginalized people and how we build those services and policies. One of our first attempts at doing so is mainstreaming gender policies in all of the policies and strategies in Montenegro. We had a public administration reform that was designed like that, as well as several other strategies like digital transformation strategy. Some of you have been paying attention to some of the policies that have come out of Montenegrin parliament. There was a policy that was a bit of controversial, but was very much kind of voiced out by many parliamentary members, that is to give moms with 4+ kids a certain paycheck that they would use essentially. And that was a very populistic kind of policy. We actually brought in those moms and spoke with them to understand what are the ways that the parliament and the government can actually help them to understand what are true needs, because we weren't reassured that policy really reflected the needs of those women. And we found out that they would have, some of them actually a part of marginalized population, and they would have rather used that part of that money to have the wraparound holistic system where they can get, help to get back to some kind of career space. And so that was an example of how we, tried to say, okay, let's actually understand the needs on the ground before you come up with a policy that may not reflect those needs.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Tamara, if we get a chance.
Yeah, sure.
And actually, since you are exactly on the topic of how important it is to talk to people on the ground and to find out the exact needs in order to integrate them into policies, Magnola, I know that position of Roma women is always one that's challenging, and it's also very often, at least from my experience, something that gets talked about, but in terms of real inclusion and really listening to needs and real inclusion in policies, there is a big gap, at least in what I know. So my question to you is, what kind of arrangements can we have to really, really take into account the needs of women and Roma women and rural women, so that they actually have a true say? And I know this is easier said than done, but I really would like to hear from the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. First of all, I want to thank organizer of this forum for inviting me. It's my first time that I'm attending such gathering, and I'm very happy to be here and to be the voice of Romani women. I will start my intervention with that. The gender equality for Roma and rural women cannot be achieved in isolation. It was mentioned by Tanya before. It cannot be achieved if we treat gender as a separate agenda. It depends directly on the progress we make in the fields we have already discussed in this forum yesterday, such as good governance, reconciliation, security. If governance reforms remain opaque and corrupt, Romani women will continue to be excluded from housing, healthcare, employment, and education. If reconciliation excludes the most marginalized, Roma women's testimonies and peace-building efforts will remain invisible. If security strategies fail to address hate speech, online harassment, and disinformation about Romani women will remain unprotected. This is why gender equality and diversity must be understood as the foundation of democratic resilience and EU convergence in the Western Balkans, not as an add-on. Gender equality remains a systemic barrier to EU convergence, undermining inclusive economic participation, democratic development, and social cohesion. While formal commitment exists on paper, meaningful implementation is lacking in practice. The political presence of women often remain symbolic, especially at local level, with limited influence over decision-making. Young women and men are increasingly disillusioned with political participation, citing experiences of tokenism, harassment, and institutional exclusion. Civil society and gender advocates, including Roma women groups, are increasingly constrained by shrinking civic space, political interference, and limited access to policy dialogue. While we work at the front lines of social cohesion and right-based governance, we are rarely included in structural reform processes and continue to face chronic underfunding. Local government often lack disaggregated data on ethnicity and gender, meaning Romani women remain invisible in policymaking and budgets. Too often, the data is reported on Roma integration achievement does not reflect the reality on the ground. As a Roma civil society organization, we frequently lack the financial means to produce alternative shadow reports, leaving us without tools to contest official narratives and hold institutions accountable. The consequences of social inclusion are systemic. Policies are written without us, corruption persists unchecked in Roma settlements, and services, education, employment, health, are inaccessible for Roma women, Roma community. Anti-corruption reform must therefore be evaluated through an inclusion lens. If reforms do not result in better access to rights and services for marginalized groups, they have failed in practice. Roma communities are, now I would like to mention again, as I said at the beginning, that the gender equality success remain if we take measures in all other fields we discussed, and I want to highlight some of the challenges Roma face in some of the fields discussed, such as security. Roma communities are frequent target of hate speech, disinformation, and scapegoating campaigns. In the digital space, this translates into online harassment, narratives portraying Roma like a security risk, and even incitements to violence. These attacks harm individuals and undermine democratic resilience. Concrete step that EU should take is to fund the support Roma-led digital literacy and fact-checking initiatives, to establish monitoring of online speech against minorities with reporting obligation for government. I want to mention a little bit here the digital transformation of services, which have left Roma without access in the service. You all know that many of Roma lack illiteracy, and this is like a vicious circle that cannot get out because many challenges mentioned before. And they are not ready to have a system that is digitalized. This is something that government should take it in consideration and help Roma to this transition period. I would like also to bring some challenges regarding the field of reconciliation and dealing with the past. This is very sensitive for me, and I want to bring what we feel for that. Roma history is too often erased or ignored, and this silence deepens our exclusion today. Our people left India in the 14th century as a result of a war, and ever since, we have lived at the margin of the society we are settled. We lived excluded, violated, and treated as outsiders. We endured centuries of slavery, being the last enslaved people in Europe. During the Holocaust, hundreds of thousands of Roma were murdered. Yet, while the genocide against Jewish people is widely recognized and taught in the history books, the Roma Holocaust remains largely invisible. In many cases, Roma were unprotected, betrayed, and even handed over by their governments to the Nazi regime. This legacy have left us with profound transgenerational trauma. Still today, Roma remain excluded, marginalized, and denied equal citizenship. For reconciliation to be meaningful, societies must accept that they owe a historical debt to Roma people. Our testimonies of survival, resilience, and resistance must be heard, must be told to new generation, and integrated into collective memory. Only then can we begin to dismantle the deep structure of inequality that continue to shape our lives. I will conclude. I'll say the Berlin process has reached now a turning point. Symbolic gestures are not longer enough. If it wants to strengthen democracy, resilience, and EU convergence, it must embed with the voices of Roma and rural women. That means that mandated representation in the gender equality forum and the working groups of Roma women and the Roma communities. Community-led monitoring councils. Earmarked funding for Roma and rural women organizations. Monitoring of hate speech and disinformation targeting Roma. Inclusion in reconciliation initiatives. Collection of use of disaggregated data for inclusive governance. Roma and rural women are not just beneficiaries. We are already leaders, peace builders, and innovators. We must now be recognized and be invited to co-design policies that affect our lives. Only then, this is my last sentence, only then the Berlin process deliver on its promise of a democratic, inclusive, and resilient Western Balkans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuela. And I think it's actually, for me, it's quite emotional to have you speak. It's not very often, so thank you. You mentioned, amongst other things, hate speech. And hate speech is something that all of us have experienced one way or another. I know Roma community more so than others, but then this is not a comparative exercise. And in reality, in all the research and work I've been included in, it seems that different marginalized groups are experiencing similar things. And actually, if we take away the labels, then the struggle is similar, so to speak. Ognan, I would like to direct the next question to you, since we touched on hate speech. And I know from your experience, in addition to being the anti-hate speech ambassador, unfortunately, you experienced a lot of targeting yourself in your role as a journalist, but also in terms of the way you express yourself. I want to know, in terms of online presence, very large operating platforms, what in reality could be done to actually stop or at least prevent hate speech from accelerating and exploding the way it has been, and what can we do to help prevent all of that?
Thank you, Lara, very much, and thank you for the invitation for this gathering. When you said to prevent, and I was like, there is no possibility to prevent such thing. So hate speech will probably exist as long as we know hate and as long as we raise our children to hate the people which are different to them on basis on everything in nowadays. But when it comes to the develops or the very large online platforms, it's interesting. I will drew you a parallel of me being on television, where I mostly sustained all that hate speech publicly in live, and a parallel that goes with the digital world, where my online presence in the past 15 years has also been an object and a part of large online attacks. The DSA, the Digital Act, it's a very nice document. Congratulations, see you on that. It's quite wonderful. It tackles all the languages which are part of the EU, which is very logical. But having small languages like ours, the Digital Act, even if we implement it in the process of going towards the European Union as small countries and candidates for that, until our languages are part of that Digital Act, they will be affected by the action of develops or of the very large online platforms, cutting down the fact checkers and the moderation. And the Digital Act is trying to stop that idea of develops. I don't think it will be manageable because we have these tech giants that are simply not listening to anyone. And we already heard the experiences before. But imagine the platforms, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, even so far, even without the possibility of cutting down the fact-checking and the moderation, for minority languages like ours, the time waiting for them to act on your whatever you're just sending them towards, documents or screenshots or whatever you're reporting on when it comes to hate speech, there was a very long time for waiting. And at the end, who amongst you here has ever reported any hate speech through Facebook, let's say, and received a positive feedback, a positive answer that that particular post or that particular hateful content has been taken down? Please do raise your hand. I want to meet you. Wonderful. One hand in the whole audience. Two? Okay, 2 hands. Look at how many people we have in this room. 3 hands, thank you. I see all the hands there. Maybe there will be more. I want to hear your experience after this about how you managed to take that. Was that in English? It was in English. Selma, it was in English as well? Okay. Was yours in English? But you take that down because you were reporting all the time, all of you. So it's a guerrilla act. Amazing. That's not what I was asking. So I have, but thank you. That's very important because when you do, yes. One particular was in their own local language. That's an interesting case because I'm sorry, Lara, it's occupational hazard of me moderating.
Actually, I was explaining,
I'm listening.
I was intentionally also using Bosnian language to explain the reason why I'm objecting to a very specific post, hoping that it will reach meta people from our region who could understand the context, because anyone who is not from our context would never understand the hidden meaning of the words that were used and the danger that it was posing. So I would love to have a more discussion with you about that. But I think sometimes it's better to use our small languages because they will reach out to people who actually speak our languages and know our region.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you. So using our languages is it's how we connect with our people here. But what I'm saying for example, when you were talking about the context, probably, is this live stream somewhere or anything? No, amazing. Okay. I will try to sugarcoat the story then. So my biggest experience with hate speech was on live on television when after my dad died, people were taking into account my personal affairs, influencing my dad's death, even though he died of cancer. So the thing is that wherever I've called and asked for that to be tackled, it wasn't. Whenever you call Meta about Instagram, about Facebook, about anything, you're either waiting too long or you will receive a no. Because what Selma said, our local languages, the meaning that we say, the usage of hate speech is very much different when you translate that in English. Or what will be now part of the DSA from the EU for all the languages which are also small like ours, the Croatian, the Bulgarian and stuff, but they must obey that. The point is, if EU truly, and hence the Berlin process, truly wants a convergence, we must tackle the small languages, the cultural impact, the cultural context of those small languages, even before us becoming part of the EU. Because until we reach the EU, and I'm saying this as a Macedonian waiting for the past 20 years in front of the door of the EU, until we reach that us entering the door, the damage will be great, truly, truly great.
Yeah. And actually, the damage is already massive.
It's already massive, but it will be more massive. So the convergence, it means that you should already take all these candidate countries, take their cultural context, take their languages, linguistic context into consideration under the already established act, the EU AI Act, the DSA, to take this into consideration. So when they join the EU, when we join the EU, things can just go smoothly from then until, if the damage is so big, at the end, we are on your external borders.
Yeah, and actually, as we know, online world does not have borders, and in addition to this, mental health does not have borders. And having worked with media professionals over the past 5 years, the amount of online hate speech, whether in local or any languages, has just been so negatively influencing even their wish to continue doing what they're doing. I know so many women in media who have started withdrawing, amongst other things, because of the hate speech. And then the LGBTIQ community, if you are part of that community as well, then your challenges might be multiplied. And then I know, thank you for your patience. I know you've been waiting for me to ask you anything, but as you can see, everyone's really emotional, getting involved in the conversation. But we do have representation, which is quite unusual for a panel, I must say. I have moderated tons of panels. It's very rare that I have proper diversity on stage. So before I ask Dan the question, can I please get a huge round of applause for our team on the stage, because I feel privileged. So moving away from hate speech, because I think, again, we don't have the magic wand. Thank you for the suggestion. I hope people from the EU who were here yesterday, are you still here today? Is there anyone representing the EU or the EU Commission? If not, can we please include in the conference report the recommendation to do with languages, because it's such an important one. And now going to Dan, when it comes to participation of LGBTIQA plus, and strengthening of their participation and inclusion, or of your participation and inclusion, I mean, we've been talking about it for such a long time, and there have, in my personal view, there have been some improvements in some of the countries, but it's far from desirable. I know you're doing so much to educate, to mainstream, to bring closer the issues, but how can this be improved in your experience?
Yes. You don't have to apologize for taking some time to actually ask me. It was actually a great pleasure to hear from the other panelists, and you guys helped me a lot into my question that I had, that I wanted to discuss jointly here today. And it was about deconstructing what we mean of gender equality in today's world. When I started studying sociology in University of Pristina, at that time, I was still not fully accepted of my own identity as a queer person. And one of the main subjects that we had in university during gender studies was discussing gender equality. And I remember how much inspired I was to learn about the women's resistance in Kosovo, who started the peaceful resistance during the Kosovo War and during the 90s regime in Kosovo. And then to find out that a lot of women there were lesbian and queer women who were quite active in the peaceful resistance and actually leading the peaceful resistance in Kosovo. And then it was extremely inspiring to also learn that in Belgrade, the collective Women in Black, who was very bravely defying Milosevic's regime in Kosovo, where also a lot of members were lesbian and queer women who were part of this collective. So for me, this was some of the ways that I started to deconstruct what I meant with gender equality, because what we were taught, it was that when we speak about gender equality, we think of white heterosexual women and their empowerment. We were not really properly deconstructing that when we speak about gender and gender equality, we also speak about queer women, we speak about Roma women, we speak about disabled women, and we speak about many other identities. And I think this misconception on this terminology, even though it might be quite simple, it has affected a lot on how we deal with the issue in the region, but also internationally. But in the region specifically, the institutions, whenever they deal with gender equality and they speak about gender equality, immediately they only think about the inclusion of white heterosexual women in these processes. This affects how policies are made, how working groups are organized, and how are the issues concerning to gender equality tackled in from our institutions, from our governments, and unfortunately sometimes also from the civil society. Um, I think that a lot has to be done also in understanding a different concept of when we speak about equality and gender, that we no longer can afford just speaking about white heterosexual women, but we need to broaden the understanding and to have different voices being included there, because we cannot speak on equality if we don't include Roma women and their experiences in inequality, if we don't speak about LGBTQI plus communities and our understandings and our issues. So when we start understanding this, and we have a bigger push also from the civil society, and luckily in Kosovo, there's a lot of cooperation between LGBTQ plus NGOs and women's NGOs. And I'm very proud of that collaboration. And I think that it's extremely helpful to further amplify our voices, but I think it should not come from the civil society only, the inclusion and the terminology inclusion, or the programs that and efforts that we do in terms of inclusion. I think it should be institutionalized and should have their understanding that when we speak about LGBT inclusion, that we speak also about a lot of other topics as well. We can no longer afford having a special focus group when we have conferences on gender equality, on LGBTQ plus issues. This happens also when we organize some other types of working groups. And in Kosovo, for example, we have the Women, Peace and Security Conference on an annual basis that is organized by our president, and yet there are no queer voices represented there. So I think that this reflects my position right now into like, how do we work with them to understand that we are no longer can afford enabling marginalization of these identities and these groups, and to how is this affecting in the ground to the community. It's beyond all my words or my interventions today. We have actually research and reports are showing us on how the situation is on the ground. A report and a research conducted by ERA, a regional organization on LGBTQI plus rights, expressed and showed that the people in the Western Balkans still perceive queerness as something foreign, and it's against the traditional norms and in the region. And 72% of the people in the region are opposing same-sex marriage. And the majority of them, they declare that if they find out that their child belongs to the LGBTQI plus community, that they would not support them. And in Kosovo specifically, it's 57% of respondents declared this. So I think that when we discuss on good governance issues, we have to have this in mind, and not no longer treat LGBTI issues as a gender issue only, but it's also beyond that. 51% of the region believe that being queer is a sickness and an illness. And a recent study from Friedrich Ebert Stiftung said that half of the youth in the region, especially in Kosovo, would not want to have a neighbor that belongs to the queer community, with 44% of young people up until 29 years old have declared this. And when we speak about gender-based violence, we also see reports from Kosovo Women's Network saying that the authorities in Kosovo are not treating violence based on sexual orientation or gender identity as categories, as special categories, but they're just labeled as gender-based, as violence in families. So I think when we go through this, we understand that LGBT inclusion is a rule of law issue, that is a good governance issue, and that is also a security issue. In 2023 in Kosovo, one man was sentenced to 3 years in prison because he was planning a terrorist attack in Pristina Pride activity in 2023, which was luckily arrested by the police and sentenced to only 3 years in prison. So we are also discussing security issues when we're discussing LGBT identities.
And actually, when you talk about security, the research I have seen over the past years and the polarization that happens by making the story about us and them rather than all of us is an excellent entry point for cyber attacks, for rising malign narratives, and actually using our own vulnerabilities as an entry point for something much bigger and much worse. So, to say that we should be amplifying each other's voices is not a cliche. It actually is a way of defending ourselves against other interventions, even in security matters. I just want to check, conscious of time, I just want to check if there is a question from the audience before I go back to Tanya. Yes?
So greetings to everyone. I will stand up because I'm in the last row. My name is Anita, and I'm welcoming you on behalf of Women's Rights Center Montenegro. Firstly, I'm very glad to see some of our longtime partners. Women's Rights Center, for those who do not know, have been following Berlin process for years, and we are more than thrilled, if I may say, that today we are raising gender and diversity issues not only in separate panels, but what my colleague from Kosovo Women Network mentioned and suggested yesterday, also through diverse thematic sectors. So to say, building maybe and integrating what we have heard for these 2 days on issues such as cybersecurity, and then we are also today mentioning online hate speech and gender disinformation, but also public sectors. I would like maybe to use the presence of Tamara, whose expertise is very well known also in the IT sector. And what occurred to my mind is the following. Searching, but I have to admit very briefly, some examples of the developed EU countries, I found out that some of the countries have even jointly developed kind of progressive softwares where its technologies are actually detecting the hate speech and gender disinformation on the online platforms, producing at the same time kind of a contra narratives, although I'm not quite sure what does it mean. What is the advantage of the Western Balkan countries is that at least 3 or 4 countries are sharing similar languages, at least in the field of hatred, as you have pointed out. So have you, Tamara, maybe ever considered, or do you have, in a best case, any kind of experience in developing kind of a softwares that would be hopefully also implemented or could be implemented in the region and can, with an artificial or on an artificial level, actually combat and delete or at least contra argument the hate speech? Thank you.
Thank you. Tamara, do you feel comfortable? And then I'll go back to Tanya for the next one.
All right. Thank you for that question. I have most recently worked with a really amazing woman who actually worked at the Obama's White House Digital Services, who have created a block party. You can Google it. It's essentially a software, a filter that you can install in most of your social media that detects hate speech and addresses it.
Sorry, what was it called again? Blockware?
Block Party. It's Block Party, and I believe it's like the most basic instance of Block Party is free, and then you get to upgrade it. But she's actually tried to, as an ex-public servant, she tried, and someone who has been very much marginalized and has been a victim of hate speech, she's kind of focused on that. So check out Block Party. obviously right now with the advent of AI, I have not worked with social media orgs, but I have seen that they have leveraged AI to do that. I'm very much disappointed what Agnew was saying, that Facebook, Meta, and a bunch of other social media organizations who have used content checkers to actually do that work, because ultimately that work is human, and until AI gets advanced, they have got rid of those. So Meta and Facebook are not having that team that they used to do it. So that's unfortunate. I think it's gonna take a little while for it to take shape. So I think I'm just gonna pause here because I have a lot more to say around other things, but I hope I answered
Thank
part
you.
of your question. Yeah.
And actually, before I go to the question, just a pointer. Use the opportunity when you have representatives of IT companies who are currently designing bots of all sorts, chatbots, etc. Integrate that into your projects if you're planning things, because I have seen IT companies that I've worked with, they are very quick to come with solutions, but they don't even know that this problem exists. Very often they're surprised. So I know it's not that easy, but innovation, until we get the innovation fund you are talking about, I would actually encourage you to use your lobbying and influencing skills, and also your project writing skills, to actually demand help in moderation. Because tackling online hate speech in the way that Ogden was saying will take quite a while. But we will look at Bloc Party. And then, Tanya, back to you. In terms of financing, I'll come back to you in a minute. In terms of financing, we touched on a lot of things. And this afternoon, we'll be talking about financing and difficult situation that CSOs are in currently and have been for a while. But what about feminist organizations? I know there is a recommendation there that they should be funded, but I'm not sure where this funding is going to come from, considering the current climate. And I'm being brutally honest here. I'm going off script, sorry. Over to you for a response.
I think it's difficult times when it comes to funding, not only for feminist organizations, but also for any civil society. Also, not only civil society, but including our governments, because the cuts that happened, like USAID funding, they didn't only affect civil society. They affected every thread of our lives, because it was about education reforms, it was about political reforms, it was about social reforms, and we lost it all. We lost funds for energy efficiency. So it really affects the whole society. And when it comes to feminist funding, the situation is even worse, because many of the donor policies decided to step away from the word feminist or from the word gender, or even from less sensitive words that are out there, like care, like mental health is something that is not so often mentioned, and it's something that is so important nowadays in this crazy world that we're living. So I think we need more than just innovation and fantasy to find solutions, but also I think we need to talk to businesses. And also, I think that we need to move away from project-based funding, because with project-based funding, we cannot achieve any progress. We need core funding. We need dedicated, predictable funding streams that can be out there to support the activists and the policy activists, if I may call them like that, on the long term. I will just mention an example. I know that my country and Montenegro had stepped forward when it comes to specific gender equality laws, but also a specific law on legal gender recognition. We worked for many years, for 4 or 5 years, and what happened was these laws were brought under the table, and we are still witnessing their non-acception by our political leaders, but not only by our political leaders, also by our communities who decided to raise voices. And this is how the anti-gender hatred fueled across the region, actually. And I think that we need to stop fearing from an invented enemy like gender and start working to understand each other. So this is why we need some different mechanisms of funding, because I think civil society are the actual allies when it comes to truth, when it comes to EU accession, and when it comes to convergence of our countries. So that's why this question is important, but it will be difficult to give a decent answer to that. However, I think we need to sit down and rethink our models of functioning, but also our models of funding and participation. And for that, we need to have the other side. We need to open the dialogue, and I hope the summit will allow for at least a little niche of such discussion.
I mean, to reassure you, the Gender Equality Forum, how many of you were there last week? Was it last week or the week before? So not many. Yeah, only a few. Relevant issues were mentioned. And for the first time, I heard even high-level politicians talking and speaking the language that we would expect them to speak. And I know that this is not a big step forward, but at least there seems to be a raised awareness of the necessity.
We need to see actions.
Yes.
We need to put what's in our mouths, we need to put it on the ground.
True.
And
True.
we're far from that. So that's why we need to push forward.
Absolutely. A question from the audience. Someone had one there, and then there's one. Selma, I'll come back to you later because you spoke more than the rest, and I really want to hear a bit of diversity. So over here. By the way, we have 5 minutes left, and then it's break, just so you know.
Thank you. I'm Elizabeta Božinovska, Program Director of Civil Society Organization HERA from North Macedonia. First of all, thank you for a very important panel and opening the discussion for important issue related to gender and diversity. This is more than a comment or recommendation rather than a question, and is complementary to discussion that was open, and is related to the recommendation for this area. I would like to highlight the importance of one field, and that is representation of women in decision-making processes and managerial position. The data that we have from North Macedonia from the past year is still alarming, how women are completely missing at local and national level. And I think that these data do not differ in the other Western Balkan countries. I will share just some of them, like 2.5% of mayors are women, or only 10% of the state secretariats in ministerial level are women. 15% of the ministers in the government are women. At local level, we have also devastating data, which shows that approximately only 4% of women are directors in public enterprises, or 5% directors are women in the cultural sector. And for end, I will mention secondary education, where representation stood for 10% of women director, while in this sector we have up to 60% teaching staff. My point is that we need to really do and have action to change this. Where quota do not exist, we can see that women are completely missing. So we need to start from there. Quota are mandatory, and we need to start with that, of course, together with comprehensive measure. The other point that I want to make is also related to anti-gender and anti-democratic movement. And I really applaud the recognition within the recommendation, the backsliding processes and recognition of these anti-democratic movements, not only in gender equality area, but also in security and also in media. While we are discussing here, we need to have a data. The data that was promoted in the European Parliament recently shows that in the 5 past years, in Europe, there has been invested 1,018 billion euro in backsliding or funding anti-gender and anti-democratic movement. This is data that not many people working in this area, partners, civil society organizations, etc., are well aware. So that's why it's important. If we want to tackle anti-gender and anti-democratic movement, we need to put high on our agenda and to work together with all partners, not only in the policies and recommendations, but in action. How can we stop backsliding? For instance, in North Macedonia, only for 4 months, we do have erased gender equality in 3 laws. we have erased gender-based violence in one bylaw only because of the anti-gender actors. And this is something that we need to work together in order to see how can we depolarize the standing that we are now here, what can we do? But something that Tanya also mentioned, the investment in civil society organization, media, and other sectors that can really inform people why why gender equality is a benefit. How can gender equality increase the economic growth, but also welfare of the people? I will stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. By the way, the bark was a sign that our session is over. But if you agree, I will just invite the response to this comment from Tamara, and we will close then. And just again, drawing back to yesterday's session, if investment is so large, this is a strategic and a tactical investment. So we need to ensure that there is a counter investment as well. And, not only to ensure that women are included and represented, but that Roma are included, that LGBTIQ plus are included, and that everyone is really represented. Over to Tamara, and then we will conclude.
Appreciate it. Thank you. You gave me a good kind of segue to just mention the who and how. And we talk a lot about the strategies and policies where we can mainstream gender equality, but then it comes down to who is going to implement them, and then how we build that system and that capacity for those to be implemented. So starting with the who, and you mentioned how important it is to have diversity and lived experience represented among decision makers. I was privileged in California, of course, to work under a very progressive governor who hopefully might become a president of US one day. But my right hand was a transgender, and we had more than a half of my teammates were women and representatives from underserved populations. But how do we actually do it here? I'll give you one example of how we've tried to do it in Montenegro. As a Minister of Public Administration, I was in charge of the dismantling, and then putting together local parliaments, and that happened on 4 occasions. Previous ministers would just essentially figure out who are their most loyal people, and they would assign them. But we actually issued a public call asking people who applied not to put their degrees on the resume and not to put their names. We've kind of blackened their names on the resume to understand what their values and what they've done in action in those communities, how they help those communities. In fact, those were the main questions. What are your values? And what are the core things you've done on a community level that has contributed to your community? That way, people who were on a different panels were focusing on that, not the name on the resume or the degree. And we had such diverse parliaments, people who was a custodian at the library, or a public school teacher who's never held public leadership role has gotten to be a part of our Budva or other parliaments. It's also important to also create space of psychological safety so that everyone's voice can get heard. And of course, not just to have folks at the table, but allow them to shape the agenda, because those are different. Oftentimes we have a lot of alphas in the room and not allowing, like I might have been one right now, monologuing too much, but not allowing others to contribute and shape agenda. The what piece, how do we create systems that actually have capacity to implement what we are talking about here? I was very much touched with what you were saying around how do we create digital services with all those languages in mind. I can tell you, part of my experience was our team was in charge of completely changing the website for the country of Montenegro. So we have transformed the website from a super busy website to the one centered around human needs. And one of the priorities I asked my team to translate it in Roma language. It came down to not having enough capacity to do it. I think oftentimes our failure is a failure of capacity, that we don't have enough people in public service upskilled, or it comes down to that capacity. And so one of the things that just quickly one of the open source, all volunteer-led organizations that I'm part of called Rebel Alliance is that we go into public service and we help with that capacity. So we provide volunteers who will actually translate those websites into languages, all different languages.
Sorry, I will have
yeah,
to stop you
that's all
because
right.
we are so over now.
I got
Sorry,
excited. I
Tamara.
got
But
excited, sorry.
if people want to come and learn
Yeah.
more about the solution,
Yeah.
I really encourage you to come during the break and talk to Tamara directly because you have so much knowledge. I wish I had an hour for each of our panelists because there is expertise and people who are willing to share it. So I would like to encourage you all to really use the space to actually contact my guests and to try and do something together. Because I've never had this team together doing stuff. I would love to see something concrete come. Magnola, I would love to work with you. I've never had the opportunity so far, but from what I hear, there is so much opportunity in that. And I encourage us, I think we were kind of preaching to the converted here, if you know what I mean. We all kind of think towards the same lines, if not the same. But what is really important is that these messages are now taken back to the summit. So I'm looking now at Jeremy and Sasha and Tamara and anyone else who's accountable to making sure that the recommendations and conclusions are actually heard and discussed in the UK. Thank you so much. I'm not going to give you the final words. I'm going to love you and leave you and ask everyone to grab a coffee, come back at 1:15. So you have a very, very quick break. And please, a round of applause for my panel.
So please be seated. We are ready for takeoff. Should we start? So we're good to go on. Hello and good day to everybody. Thank you very much for joining me on this marvelous panel on youth and youth issues, because we consider youth as a very, very important agent. As you all know, there are 1.5 billion young people on the planet, so it's a very, very strong a population which will bring the change, and actually we are building all this for the youth. As you all know, so Youth Forum just finished their sessions in Pristina. It was a 4-day event. And we also felt that somehow, besides the fact that there was a youth forum under the Berlin process, we also felt that it is important to examine this youth as a cross-cutting issue among the all central 6 themes that we have been exploring in our recommendations. So basically, all of our rapporteurs has been tackling the issues of youth in their recommendations. So we are very, very grateful that our rapporteurs and the civil society organizations, all 70 of them who have been working in drafting recommendations, actually taking into consideration youth and youth engagement. So thank you for joining me on the panel. So my panelists today are Emina Bošnjak, Executive Director of the Sarajevo Open Center. With me is Valbona Halitaj, Chairperson of Union of Student Councils of Albania. Then we have Sefer Selimi, Founder and Executive Director of the Democracy Lab. Then we have Milica Borjanić, Secretary General of National Youth Council of Serbia, COMS, and Bojana Lalatović, Program Officer of Regional Youth Cooperation Office of RICO. So in congratulations for marvelous Youth Forum. We have been having a meeting every Thursday last 3 months to synchronize and coordinate activities. And thank you very much also for your time here. Before we start, we have one mentee for you to vote. So please scan your QR codes and prepare for voting on the question, what do young people need to thrive in the Western Balkans? This is sort of a naive question, but can give us orientation. So what is needed for youth to engage? Regia? Okay, so what do people need? So money is the first, representation, opportunities, education twice. So basically, so please vote, and all of you can see and I believe that my panelists also can see what the people are voting here. Obviously, education is the leading one, which is excellent. So we can start with, while you're monitoring what's going on the screens here. So basically, we are having always full mouth of youth, always speaking about how youth are important and how the Balkan youth is often recognized as a key to democratic transformation. But unfortunately, it's often neglected and left out from the really meaningful engagement in democratic processes. This is a paradox that we are facing, but it is good that it is addressed here in recommendations as well for the Berlin Summit. So we always been speaking about engagement, but engagement is not coming out of the cloud and out of the blue. So my first question goes to Valbona. So how we can empower young people to see themselves as change makers at home rather than the future emigrants? So what we can offer them and what they need in order to stay and be a change makers. Valbona, please.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for having us in here. Thank you very much for creating space for youth. And sometimes in this type of organization, we see and we really value that our voices are really heard, and our concern will be proceed then into recommendations and to policymakers in the next days, months, or years. So going back to what you questioned me, when we talk about youth in Western Balkans, we cannot ignore the reality that many young people are considering leaving their home countries. Migration is not just a personal choice, but sometimes it is a result of lack of opportunities, weak institutions, corruptions, and usually the perception that success is not possible in their home countries, but somewhere else. If we see at the surveys, they show that surveys across the region, they show that significant share of young people are considering to leave. If we talk about Albania, and I'm referring to a project we did with British Council 2 years ago, Next Generation, this amount of people who were willing to leave were 65%, which is a really high value in my consideration. And they are not doing it because they do not love their countries, but they are doing it because sometimes they do not see pathways at home for growth, stability, and dignity. So if we want to change this, the empowering of youth should be, as change makers, should be a shared priority. But it is not an easy task. It requires collaboration from all stakeholders, from the higher level of decision-making bodies to key institutions, and then to educational system, to civil society, to private sector, to parents and youth themselves. Because young people need to feel that they are part of something bigger, that their voices are heard and their ideas matter, even in their small local communities. And creating this sense of belonging, of being important, of being valued, is maybe the first step of saying them that change is possible from within, not just from outside. And education plays a key role in here, and not just the formal education, but also the non-formal one. Including here investing in critical thinking skills, digital inclusion, as well as to use the emerging tools such as AI. We are now, everyone of us talking here, for problem solving and innovation. Youth should not only be prepared for the jobs that we have now, but also trained and empowered to create the jobs for tomorrow. Another important element is region mobility and youth cooperation. When young people experience life across borders, they see that their peers in their outside their borders, they are experiencing not only in the region but also more than that. They are experiencing the same challenges, and they also discover that they share same values, same inspirations, and same frustrations. And this is powerful because sometimes it creates and transform the competition into collaboration and builds a mindset that together we can work to find some smarter solutions for a better future. What I would add is also we need to invest in youth-led initiatives and local role models. We all know that today many young people are influenced by social media, and sometimes influencers who most of the time show some false realities of life abroad. What we need, what we are missing, is the promotion of young role models who are succeeding in their home countries. When people see their peers, when young people see their peers that they live in the same environment, they face the same challenges and have the same obstacles, but still reach to invest in themselves, they reach to innovate and achieve something. This is a way that young people are looking someone in the same environment doing some changes and not someone abroad. So these local role models are much more impactful than the distant ones. So these local examples just show that the progress is possible here, not only elsewhere. But at the same time, we must be realistic. Young people will continue to consider migration. And what we must do is to make extra efforts to provide these alternative pathways back at home, opportunities for decent jobs, skill development, and meaningful participation in their own societies. Only when young people clearly see that they can be the change makers into their homeland, then they will be convinced to stay. But if, however, they decide to leave, our responsibility is to ensure that they are well-trained, skillful, and also empowered to make safe and regular choices. Because no young people should feel that the only option is irregular migration, fast money, or illusion for a better life abroad. So, and here we are at the Berlin process and the regional cooperation, and they are crucial for us and the region, because we need to deliver the commitment that already exists, but we have to push them further to their full implementation, such as recognition of professional qualification, recognition of diplomas, the pushing further to remove barriers of labor market and circulation of workers, goods, and services. So these measures are not only about migration management, but also about building the common regional market, which I think we will be discussing further in the next session. This measure, if we also anchor opportunities locally through sustainable development, long-term impactful goals, decent jobs, inclusive governance, meritocracy, youth participation in decision-making, then young people will start to see themselves not as future migrants, but as drivers of change in their own communities. Because at the end of the day, empowering youth is not about convincing them to stay, but it is about to making staying inspiring, meaningful, and dignified choice.
Thank you very much, Falbona, and thank you very much for this extensive bucket list of what are really needed in order for you to prosper. But then I would like to ask Milica, so, okay, we have the bucket list, and the voices of youth should be heard and somehow respected. So in context of student protests in Serbia that we're currently witnessing, how could youth voices can be better integrated into policy making? So please. Your 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, 5.
Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for this opportunity to address on, especially on this topic that I believe can be quite inspirational for the whole region, not only for our case in Serbia. I'll try to be brief because I believe that this is a topic where we all have some kind of opinion, and I believe that we can hear different value opinion from different stakeholders from the region. But I will try just to introduce you with the fact how young people transform Serbian society within 10 months. And I can really say they transformed society. I didn't say they still finished with the transformation of the whole system. I always have some kind of notes just to keep me in line, but I always forget about that notes when I start speaking, because I believe that through conversation we can learn much more and share our experiences. I will start with, yesterday I mentioned that from 2017 we conducted alternative report. It's like biggest research on position of young people, and that keeps us in loop with trends. So what changed, how? And I can say that since last year, we're always doing this report at the end of the April and beginning of May. Since last year, everything changed. Everything, almost literally everything. And I will start from this question: what do young people need to thrive in the Western Balkans? And I can here see education like a biggest, most common response. And actually, that was also the situation in Serbia. From 2017, each year when we publish report, young people say that education is their biggest problem. But this year, actually, research showed us, and young people told us that their biggest problem is actually lack of democracy and rule of law. That's the key. That's the starting point. You cannot have inclusive education. You cannot have inclusion at all from different groups. You cannot have opportunities, skills, whatever, if you don't have a system that works and that actually includes different, especially marginalized voices. So that's like a first big change. Second is that last year, 40% of young people said that democracy is the best way of ruling. This year, it's 60%. So 20% more than last year. Now young people see democracy in different way. How we are sure in that is that second question was actually, do they think that Serbia needs to have strong leader? From 2017, every year, the response was yes, around 60%. This year, 52%, so majority, said that Serbia does not need strong leader. It's like for the first time. And now we're really witnessing the real understanding what democracy is. Democracy and strong leader are not going together. And that, I think that's pretty now clear to everyone in Serbia, especially youth. Second thing is that actually more than 90% of young people support students' protests, student demands. So when we're talking about diversity among young people, they're all part, pretty much united in the support towards demands of the students. One more important thing for further discussion is that more than 80% of young people said they're not feeling safe speaking out loud their opinion. So having critical opinion is one thing, but you need to also feel safe in order to express your opinion. And that's why we're not anymore in this, I would say, institutional framework. Now young people are actually on the streets because they're not feeling safe or protected that they can express their opinion within institutional framework. These are just some bits and pieces what is actually happening now in Serbia, because I think when we talk about young people, we're not quite often using the word power, and it is about power. In Serbia, from 250 places in the National Assembly, we have only 5 young people now, just 5. It's around 2%. It's not enough. On local level, it's even worse situation. We don't have a lot of inclusive youth councils, like a body that should shape local policies. We have 14% of local self-government that doesn't have any young person within self-governments dealing with youth issues or in general members of local parliaments. So in general, young people are not presented through institutions. And that is the first problem. We cannot speak about youth. We cannot have good inclusive policies if we don't have young people on the places where decision should be made. And in order for them to actually make some progress and some change. And also all of these data I try to present you is actually a political statement of young people. So it's not only about attitudes, it's not only about position, it's a political statement that young people in Serbia are no more willing to suffer or to let others decide in their name. If we would think about some constructional way, if we think how to now translate everything that into institutional manner, I would say that right now it's maybe not the best time to speak about that in terms of Serbia, because first of all, we need safety. That's like a baseline. We saw police brutality on the streets, and that is something that is not acceptable. But if we talk about institutional framework, I would try to put this in like 4 clusters, what should be done. First is structural mechanisms. It's something that we already heard. So we need those bodies not only on national level. For example, in Serbia, we have a youth council. It's like advisory body of government of Republic of Serbia. But for example, our prime minister didn't know that we have that body. So in his first address, he said that he will establish a youth council. We already have youth council. Also, on local level, those bodies, they don't exist or they're not really functional. We also need quotas because it seems like we don't have enough of young people in institutions. Participatory budgeting is also very important mechanisms in order for someone to can influence any kind of policies. Second is sustained support. And when I say sustained support, I will focus only on financial aspect. There's a lot of aspects, but I will focus on financial. Why? Each year we analyze public calls from a ministry in charge of youth, and 1/3 of the total budget from the ministry goes to organizations that are they don't have any kind of visibility. They don't have a web page, they don't have social media. So how you're really working with youth if you don't have any of these visibility tools? So basically, that money that is from the budget are going to some organizations, and we don't know what that organizations are really doing. So that's why I said sustainable support. Third thing is partnership between institution and youth in some ideal world, because any public policy shouldn't, I mean, all public policies should be start with youth. Youth should comment, but not only consult. Youth should have opportunity to actually make a proposal, but also to monitor what's happening. Unfortunately, in the past, we have a couple of these proposals from state that was totally excluding young people from decision-making processes. The last one is law on student loans. I will not comment further that topic. We can maybe later on discuss that, but it was a total fiasco. It was something that young people didn't even want it, but it was done within the month and adopted in National Assembly. And fourth thing is actually accountability. We talked a lot about accountability here, because young people, if you want to achieve something, if you believe in some change, you want to see some kind of results. If you know that you're only tokenized, that you're there to be nice in the picture, you will probably not be part of that process. So I think that we finally need to see some results, something concrete, and some messages coming from officials, institutions, whoever, that they're willing actually to take that responsibility. And I would now try to focus at the end and give some kind of hope. My personal favorite data from this year's report was that, because every year we ask young people how many of them are planning or they want to leave Serbia. It's around 50% every year. When we ask them why, first reason was always standard of living, so quality of life. And second was actually system of value. This year, it's system of value is like the first reason. So they're not feeling they're really living in democracy. That's the first reason why would they go. And second is actually standard of living. But we also asked them why would they stay. Previous years, they said it's because of the family, because they love their country, friends, etc. This year, 58% of them said they would like to stay in order to make Serbia a better society and change Serbia on better. So we believe that we have hope, that we have opportunity in some coming future to really give young people places in institutions. Yes, participation on streets are very important. It's really transforming our society. But we also need those young people in institutions because we want them to make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Milica, for this insight. Actually, one thing actually strikes my attention, and also somehow striking me to ask Bojana the question. Like you said, that in 40% of municipalities there is no adequate youth representation. So this also the entire youth movement needs inclusivity and participation. This is something which is important. And this year, central topics of the Youth Forum were migration, security, economic growth, and development. So basically, in this light, one question for you is, how can rural and marginalized youth can be better included in regional cooperation, reconciliation, and then further on participation to make the countries, better space to be and live?
Thank you so much for the question, and thank you, Milica, for presenting the state of play. This is more or less the state of play, I would say, in the most of the Western Balkan societies. I'm from Regional Youth Cooperation Office, and I would just remind, if somebody from the audience doesn't know, it is intergovernmental mechanism that has been established within the Berlin process. Back in 2016, government signed the agreement on the establishment of the organization. And something that is very particular for this organization that we preach about a lot is this co-management system that is being ingrained in the governing board of our organization, where young people are sitting together with their governmental counterparts and taking decisions on the basis of unanimity, which practically would mean that each and every young person would be able to block and to veto a decision in case they are not accepting it. In practice, we also kind of face many challenges, but this is ideally what every organization, I would say, that is dealing with the issues connected to youth should have in its core. So when coming back to your question about involvement of marginalized communities and vulnerable groups, this is also at the very core of RICO idea, and something that we are proud to share is definitely the fact that we are actually managing throughout programs to reach those who are left behind and whom we kind of just generally call marginalized youth. And so basically, according to our M&E, we managed to reach in the previous years more than 30% of young people who come from those marginalized communities, meaning those who have not been involved before in any sort of similar program. And so how we achieve it is that I would say maybe I would just focus on one program which is the most successful, and it's called Super Schools, which is a regional scheme for secondary schools from the Western Balkan region to connect, to establish bilateral partnerships, and then to implement youth exchanges. So in order to maybe just a little bit show you how it looks like, you can maybe imagine that schools from the Western Balkans region, they often lack the opportunities to apply for the projects. They have practically zero project management experience. And so we designed this scheme to tailor it to their needs. So, which means that they are practically just applying with the idea and with the partner, which we also facilitate. And then throughout the process, we are leading them to design the agendas that would be really tailored to the specific needs of the local community where their school function. So they can actually present to the young people the very unique local realities which young people going to the particular school are actually faced with. Also, we are taking care of providing the expertise to them, because we are often dealing with very difficult and, let's say, hard to kind of discuss topics, which are reconciliation, which are dealing with the past. And this is also something that, of course, depends on the local realities, but the certain topics are definitely not avoidable when you go to Sarajevo, when you go to Pristina, etc., not to mention. So basically, this is something that so far we managed to reach approximately 40% of those young people who had no clue about any sort of regional exchange programs, who have not been involved in the non-formal education. And what we also got as one of the results from our research is that more than approximately 90% of them, they want to be involved again, which is also a positive sign for us, and also a big impetus for us to continue our work. This is not the only project. We also tackle the group of social entrepreneurs that are also often left behind, as you already mentioned. One of our topics for the Balkan Youth, for the Berlin Forum that took place in Pristina was all about the economic opportunities for youth, because those are also the reasons why young people are deciding to leave the region. Something that we also are proudly sharing is that we are also reaching out to the group of young artists through the regional cultural fund, and so far we managed also to award many talented young individuals working in diverse local communities, and they were supported to establish the regional partnerships, to get the training, etc. I mean, our work is not just on the regional scale. We also take into account a lot of the realities in all the Western Balkan societies that we are presented in. So basically, we, of course, we are, first of all, getting the inputs from young people from the local level in order to design and co-design with them the local projects which would suit their needs. And we were working a lot in the last 6 years in Montenegro, and provided a lot of opportunities for the organizations, for the schools, for the individuals, for small entrepreneurs. And this is one of the ways how it could be done.
Thank you so much. So actually the keywords are here: participation and inclusion. But in order to participate, you have to feel safe. So really, I mean, you cannot do it in fear. but now everybody is somehow feeling that sort of a fear, or will I engage myself or not? But always, traditionally, there are also the communities or the population who is threatened so much by safety, and we are barely putting these dialogues always aside. And this is the reason why we have our colleague and friend Emina from Sarajevo Open Center. So I would like to direct your question to narrow it a little bit from the general safety that Milica described. So how we can ensure that the LGBT population is feeling safe, respected, and included in everyday life, especially in these turmoil situations that we are facing. So, Emina, please.
First, I would like to just give a small disclaimer. I'm a non-young queer woman, but due to the work that Sarajevo Open Center is doing, I feel there is at least a bit of legitimacy for me to speak on the issue, as we do work mostly with young LGBTIQ people throughout giving out our services or throughout advocacy work. But to delve into the issue at hand, it is the issue of safety first for LGBTI people. And in the last several years, due to the strong anti-gender narratives, due to, I would say, even successes of these anti-gender narratives and actors as well, to actually create policy change and influence the rollback of certain policy and legal progressive levels that we've managed to reach in some of the countries in the Western Balkans. We are now seeing, and we are in the situation where we're actually at the stage where I think the initial tactic and the strategy is to at least prevent this trend from spilling over into the other countries. There are very clear examples coming from Republika Srpska, where the gender identity and sexual orientation as protected grounds were taking out of the certain protocols that would protect young people within schools. There are other examples where especially trans youth, trans people, trans kids, and non-binary kids, which we're seeing, as I said, we work with young people more and more, and we're seeing that more and more within how they perceive their own gender and sexuality, they do tend to be more open about whether they're transgender or non-binary. So these young people then are especially targeted by the very specific anti-gender narratives that target specifically trans people and non-binary people. And when we look, what are the areas where young people are feeling most unsafe is actually the spaces and environments where they spend most of their daily lives. And unfortunately, it's also, as is the case for cis women, it's within their own families where young people are facing either unacceptance and in most cases a lot of violence, whether it's sometimes physical, whether it's psychological, different types of violence that young people actually face in their schools. And then the educational system, which is also a place where a lot of young people, LGBTI young people, face harassment, bullying. And these are the issues that are, if in any way, and probably not in any way tackled within the educational system. So these two areas are the key areas where we need to think about how to create safety for LGBTI people. And there are already mechanisms for this. So basically, if there are policies and legal solutions to protect women from domestic violence, this is the area where we should actually think about how we also make sure that LGBTI children within their families are also protected. Or whether it's the case that I mentioned in Republika Srpska, where we had a rollback, we actually need to make sure that these kind of protection mechanisms and policies are inclusive of LGBTI people. So that's the first step to actually make sure that we then start creating opportunities for LGBTI people to be then a part of different public or present in different social arenas. This is also a moment where we need to think, apart from staying on the guards of protecting the progress that we had so far, not just in terms of legal and policy change, but also in the, I would say, very slow but change in how our societies perceive LGBTI people. There is an opportunity to actually do more proactively in terms of strengthening the anti-discrimination not just policies, but really clear practices on how to create safe spaces for LGBTI people and opportunities within education, but also within employment and health. And health area is a big issue for young transgender people, which have limited or actually no access to gender-affirming care in any of our countries. And one of the issues that I think what the young people are talking more and more about is the mental health issue. And LGBTI people within something that is called minority stress are extremely open and vulnerable to different types of psychological challenges, anxiety, depression, even suicide. So access to these services for young LGBTI people is also, I think, not just a story of how do we make the space better, but also an issue of safety. And this issue, again, can be solved in a way that we also use existing mechanisms that offer, or services that offer psychosocial support to any kind of social groups to also be mindful and inclusive and sensitized to also offer these kind of services to LGBTI people. And finally, I would like to say that, and on the topic of what is currently happening, especially in Serbia, I think young LGBTI people are, I mean, I'm not, as I said, young, but young LGBTI people are everywhere. So it's just a question of visibility and whether they can use their full potential and live authentically in different areas of public life. LGBTI people are part of the protests, whether it's the activists or whether it's just the individuals who are not specifically only concerned to have, I don't know, specifically hate crime legislation and anti-discrimination legislation that protects only LGBTI people, but who are very much interested in having a democratic society where rule of law is something that is regarded of highest value. So it's just repeating that freedom of expression, as you said, was a big worry for the LGBTI community, but I think the larger society now and the wider groups of young people see the value of these rights and freedoms, freedom of assembly, for example. So I think this is a good moment where we actually can create and maybe use this galvanized energy already to make not just the institutions, the policies, practices, but also what is socially happening, the movements, more inclusive as well.
Thank you very much, Amina, for that. So basically, I think that now we all on this table can agree that any kind of otherness is perceived by society as something wrong. So if you're different, think differently, if you behave differently, if you are, any kind of difference. So otherness creates hate or fear. Fear creates hate, and then the hate speech is something as a result of all this. When you are in state of hate, basically you're open to manipulation, and then everybody can place you any kind of misinformation or disinformation, try to make you believe in, and then be a part of some of the group who is active, very, very active in hate speech. So, Sefer, my question is directed to you. So, how we can encounter this and how we really can help young people to overcome being victims of disinformation and hate speech in order to realize their full potential?
Well, as probably everyone knows here, we are facing a big threat from disinformation as societies. And to add to that fuel, we are living in a world where the concepts of the post-truth and the freedom of speech are clashing with each other. Sadly, disinformation as such has had some successes in undermining the trust. First, the traditional media, the journalists who work and stand to the standards of journalism and have a regard for the truth, but for the society as well. The mistrust in the institutions as well as the young people is on the rise, as we've heard across the region. And that's a big potential, but as well a strategic priority for disinformation as such, to kind of create a a mistrust between the institutions and the society as such, but the youth especially. And hate speech and disinformation are two different topics, but that are very interconnected with each other. Because one of the biggest strategies used in disinformation campaigns is to tap into the differences and divisions in the society and take those divisions, amplify them, manipulate them, and create even bigger divisions within the society. So there is no cohesion, there is no dialogue between the citizens, including the youth, and then you are opened to more disinformation and more divisions. And as such, you cannot have a prosperous state, you cannot move forward, you cannot cultivate democratic values within your society. You just are focused on healing those divisions. And when we speak about the young people as victims of disinformation and hate speech, we often forget that they are our first line of defense. And such as in every other threat, there is a need to build resilience. And that resilience can be built throughout with different components. But the first and the most important one, as probably you've heard it many times, is media and digital literacy. Not only to understand where the sources come from, and not only to understand how the algorithms work, but it is very important to include them as a formal part of the formal education throughout the curriculum, not only as one-off training or workshop. Secondly, we will need to transform the young people from passive consumers of information to active producers of information. We have to train them and give them the necessary skills for them to create their own content, to be their own voices, to give them the skills on how to utilize the platforms, how to be more visible and more present in the information space. By that, we will give them a voice that can speak the right things and counter the disinformation as such. And finally, it is very important to create the offline spaces where people meet and talk, where people can have safe discussions online and offline about things or the otherness, about what makes us different and why being different is not a bad thing, but it's what makes us human and what makes us unique. And it is very important to tap into allies in society, influencers such as artists, sports people, models that the youth can see a lead and help them, together with them, to amplify the right messages. So the messages that speak about unity, about progress, about things that can help our societies move forward to be stronger than the messages that come throughout disinformation campaigns.
Thank you so much for this last round of the panel. So now the floor is yours. We have an immediate first question, last row. Switch, can you switch on?
So my name is Angelia Lucic, to introduce myself one more time. Forum MNE from Montenegro. So I would like to thank the panelists for raising really some important questions when we speak about young people. We speak about young people very often. Recently, I'm not young, I pretend to be, but we haven't done so much. It seems to me somehow we are surprised by the percentage of young people that wants to leave the region. But please have in mind that those are the young people who live in an environment where political affiliation is the only way to succeed. Where they lack opportunities for quality education, for quality spare time. So it's actually us that push them toward the other countries. That's at least from my perspective. So also what I want to mention today is I would like us to have equal understanding of meaningful youth participation. What does that mean? It's not just include young people in a board, in a council, consult them. So according to Laura Landi, who introduced in 2007 model for child participation, but can be applied for youth. What does that mean? Young people need space. When I say space, it's not just physical space, but they need space in which they feel safe emotionally. They need voice, meaning they need adults to work with them, to empower them. They need audience, meaning decision makers, to hear them, and then we will have their influence. So where are we now? We have space, partially. We have some physical spaces. A lot of youth clubs has been opened. Do we have qualified people to work with young people? Rarely. We do not have in schools, we forgot to mention that yesterday, it is really important to bring back civic education, but to be delivered in a quality manner. So that's also important. When we speak about young people, we speak about such diverse group. So Bojana mentioned that they work with schools. It's just one part of young people. Those are young people from 15 to 18. What about students? And what about those that completed education? And who tackles with them? No one. Those are young women, young parents, young unemployed people, young other groups that are marginalized. So I know, apart from the positive examples that come from the region, what we need is actually really strong cooperation on a country level and between countries, between formal and non-formal education. You need qualified people to work with young people within schools and out of schools. And then we come back to youth work, which should be recognized as an approach, as a method to empower young people, to reach young people, because you have different definitions and methods of youth work, which also has detached youth work, meaning you go to the place where young people are, but also we need to have in mind that we need to provide equal access to all these opportunities to every young person, meaning it's usually centralized in the capitals. But what about young people that live in rural areas, smaller communities? They lack everything. When it comes to investments in youth, I need to say, at least from a perspective of someone who is working in Montenegro, although sometimes it seems that the ministry or the government invests in youth. What does that mean? For example, you have, if a Ministry of Sports and Youth invests for reconstructing sport hall in a school, it's not investment in young people. So it's an investment in infrastructure. Also, what they tend, RICO is a great initiative, but they also contribute with the budget. That's also not investment directly in the young people in Montenegro. So we need to change that perception. Okay, I will stop now because I can speak about this topic all day, but thank you.
Yeah. We all can speak about those topics all day, so thank you very much for limiting it not to whole day.
Just shortly, hello everyone, Tea Gorjan-Sprelevic from Human Rights Action Montenegro. Angelia mentioned the very important initiative that several NGOs from Montenegro are advocating, and it is the return of civic education into elementary and high schools. Just a short information, it was obligatory in Montenegro until 2017, when without any explanation, it was degraded to an optional subject. And we have 15 optional subjects, so you may imagine. But I would like to highlight one particular need of civic education that we are advocating for as totally, absolutely obligatory. And that is the introduction of non-violent communication. We believe that children from grade 1 should be taught that skill. And that is it's not so easy to comprehend that. And I think that's where everything starts. So I would like to invite everyone who is dealing with the same or similar initiative in your own countries to approach us, me and Angelia also during the break, so we could talk more about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tea. Do we have another interventions? Yeah, here, Janana.
I'm Janana Dedic, coming from Mostar, Bosnia and Herzegovina, local democracy agency. I have a question for the young girl from Serbia. You mentioned youth councils. So my question is, are they formally registered as a civil society organization or informal? And how they work and how much, and if they are influenced by the political parties or politicians. It's really important question, and it's really important to know. It depends on the influence they have or they don't have actually about their activism and how they can make change.
Yes, thank you for the question. I didn't manage to mention all the important things. Just to clarify, we as the National Youth Council of Serbia, we are a network of 108 youth organizations. So we are gathering organizations, but when we talk about youth councils, they are formally, like, let's say, working groups, advisory bodies of local self-governments. So they are part of local institutions, advisory bodies. And they're not, they're formal, but they're not obligatory. So local self-government can have youth council, and if they decide, they don't have to. But when I talked about inclusivity, I didn't mean only inclusivity like diversity among youth, gathering different youth perspectives. I was thinking about inclusivity when it comes to who are sitting on those youth councils. Because, for example, some local self-government, they decide to, within that youth council, put only like young people working in self-government, or young people that are only part of party like some political parties. Yeah, they're all already in some kind of membership, without any kind of public calls for non-formal groups, for student parliaments, for, I don't know, organizations, youth workers, etc. So that's why I talked about inclusivity, because they are different when it comes to format, how they actually function. And that's why they're not functioning very well.
Okay, so basically, Angela, you were also mentioning that it's not only high schoolers throughout the right, of course, but also when we are looking at the researches that have been conducted in previous years, we see that it's just around 20% in the best case scenario that 20% of young people who are getting involved in any sort of non-formal education. So it's basically a really big alarm for all societies, because there's something wrong happening deep down. And I think this is the sense of meaningless in a way, because we are not able to showcase to the young people that if they involve, if they have a voice, if they have their own opinion, that something good will happen throughout their career. I think that it's rather the opposite, that they are actually demotivated by the factor that they could be the ones who are the troublemakers in a way. And so this is the problem. Also the lack of meritocracy which is present in the society, which is maybe the source of many problems which we are facing in the Western Balkans.
Just one sentence. Just to add, when it comes to youth councils, to put it in public policy, they are recognized by the law on youth, but they're not obligatory. And that's one of our advocacy recommendations, is for youth councils to be obligatory and then to start working with them on inclusion and functionality.
Thank you very much. I think that my panel deserves applause for their actions. Thank you very much. Before I close the panel, I would like just to ask that one person forgot or lost the ring in the toilet, and it has been saved on the reception. So who lost the ring, please go to reception and retrieve it, because this is also important thing. Memories are really important for all of us. So thank you very much. And Lara, floor is yours.
Well done, everyone. Thank you so much. Hvala. Može. So this is our final session before lunch. So I know there is a lot going on, but I would like to just emphasize how important it is that we have the focus and discussion going even when our concentration is a bit low. So I appreciate you taking part in this session as well. We saw that with young people, one of the most prominent things they are worried about is education, but also in terms of, thank you, thank you, Agnes. In terms of security, stability, and the quality of life. Common regional market is potentially something that can really contribute not only towards quality of life for young people, but for all of us, whatever age and whatever else. And I read in the recommendations that apparently a functional common regional market could double the West Balkans economies in a decade, but only with political will and accountability. And there goes the accountability again. So with me today, I'm very, very pleased to have Alban Hashani, our rapporteur for this group, Executive Director of the Institute for Development Research, Reinvest. I also have with me Mersiha Jaskic, a Program Manager, Center for Civil Society Promotion in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Fatmir Turi, Senior Expert for Monitoring and Reporting at the Regional Cooperation Council. And Mariana Mitrovic, Director of the Department for Financial Stability, Research and Statistics at the Central Bank of Montenegro. And is there Nenad Đurđević in the room? No, we have lost Nenad along the way.
That means we speak more.
Yeah, okay. Well, if Nenad joins us at some point, it would be great. We will get started for the sake of time. And I will just invite the Mentimeter very quickly. So the question for you on this topic is, which of these reforms could most improve the functioning of the CRM? And it has several options, which I can't read because they're very little, but you will be able to see them on your phone. Once you scan, and Nenad is joining us, we will be able to see the results of what your views are. Hi, Nenad, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Sorry, we're starting the panel a little bit late.
It was going to be a break, so I was
Yeah,
waiting
no
for people
break,
going
sorry.
out, but that was, so, sorry.
No break, sorry. We're working as hard, you know. Okay, so let's see. I'm not seeing the results yet, so time to vote. So monitoring is something that came up in the good governance session yesterday. We need more of it, but there is not much capacity, and I know some of you are working on this. Okay, recognition of diplomas. Implementation of agreements. Okay. So things are moving around. Yeah. Implementation and monitoring. So there is a repetitive message coming through since yesterday. We'll keep the results coming, but it's a good segue into what the recommendations actually are. You already have them in your booklet. But let's start with you, Alban, in terms of the role society should play. I think recommendations actually address that. So it's both the question to you and for the summary of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Larissa, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope the mic is working, or at least I was hard of hearing. I couldn't hear some of the panel, so I'll bring the mic closer. So the title in the recommendation for the common regional market intentionally was put that CRM, well, I'll refer to it as CRM, could double the economies of the Western Balkan. And then it follows by saying, but. So there are some assumptions that need to hold for this to materialize, and I'll dwell into those in a second, because the context in which the common regional market will unfold in the Western Balkan has certain specificities. So the economies of the Western Balkans essentially follow, at times, divergent economic policies, which are also rooted in historical conflicts, but also a certain level of mistrust. Also, there is a deficiency of governance. And also there is, as was observed yesterday in discussion, we observed depletion of human capital, which is an important determinant of growth. And most importantly, markets are fragmented. So essentially, this becomes a problem of a small economy. So this is a starting point. But the CRM, on the other hand, has a potential to bring all these fragmented markets into a single market of around 18 million. Now, 18 million people is not insignificant in terms of numbers. Now, if you rank order all countries of the EU, that would mean the region would be 7th by size above Netherlands. But in terms of cumulative output, it would be just close in par with Slovakia, which in terms of population is almost 4 times smaller. So there is a lot of potential to be unlocked. And if this materializes, because it also has it is a crucial part of or has the backing of the growth plan and reform agenda, it can turn the region into an important destination for foreign investment. Now, if you zoom out to a broader context, in a situation that countries that are quite extensive in terms of outward FDI, in a process of nearshoring, they are evaluating regions that are more proximate to their markets. And in this process, Western Balkan could be a potential candidate. Because that would also mean that we would improve inter-regional FDI, but also inter-regional supply linkages, both forward and backward linkages, and ultimately better and more trade in the region. So that is the sort of the context and the potential of why CRM is important. Now, from the last year, there was some progress, certainly within the second iteration of the CRM action plan, but also RCC was taken up the monitoring mechanism and tracking mechanism of the CRM, which is an important development. Also, there was a break in the deadlock in CEFTA, both in terms of governance, but also new agreements, 9 new agreements, which try to facilitate trade and streamline the process, and also agreements related to mobility and to mutual recognition of diplomas, but also of access to higher education institutions of the region, which is important element when you promote the four liberties or rights, so to say. And now the problem is that the pace is rather slow. Now, last year, the Southeast European Association and ASPEN did a good job in sort of having a stock-taking exercise, seeing what happened in the Berlin process. And if you look, there was quite a lot of accomplishments. But when you live through it, it doesn't feel like it, as if you live through evolution, so to say. Which, in essence, says that over a long run, we could expect some good results. But, to conveniently quote a British economist, Keynes said, over a long run, we're all dead. So let's try and find a way to sort this out before we get to it. So in essence, that's how the recommendations are structured. Towards governments of the Western Balkans, which in our view comes to the first assumption from the title, which is that the governments of the Western Balkans should enforce and institutionalize CRM commitments, both in terms of political will, but also strengthening capacities to implement these reforms. And this is a precondition. The other is to harmonize policies and also remove barriers, both in terms of trade, because even though CEFTA has been around for a long time, still trade barriers persist, and in particular non-tariff barriers, but also internally in terms of access to markets through public procurement because of preferential treatment of domestic companies, and in particular in sectors where governments are almost monopolies, single buyers. This would mean that allowing access of others to enter would create better quality products and services with taxpayers' money, but also remove some of the distortions already existing in the markets. The other important element is that the governments of the Western Balkans should engage with private sector, because if you look at the business environment in which they operate, a lot of those obstacles are essentially because of either malpresence of the government or the state in the business realm, or absence of presence. And this can be addressed by looking at the barriers, and some of these are monitored regularly. One important aspect which I want to emphasize is the research and innovation ecosystem, which is an important determinant of competitiveness. Because if you want me to single out one problem of the economies in the region, is lack of competitiveness. So there is no competitiveness. And in essence, R&I is an important factor. The other recommendation is facilitation of free movement. There was some improvement in the Berlin process, essentially with the mobility agreements. Certainly, there still remains a problem of Bosnia not recognizing Kosovo's ID, but generally the mobility agreements are in place. But this also extends to problems related to recognition, and this is also an important element. One additional recommendation relates to transparency, because if you want to hold someone to account, you need to have information in order to make a case what you want to push for. In terms of the recommendations for the EU, the most important one relates to the how do we see CRM? So maintaining CRM as a key priority is important, because that would either incentivize or distort incentives of local actors to make the most of CRM. So that is an important element. The other is to link the support of EU with conditionalities, not necessarily related to liberalizing movement of goods, services, people, or capital, but also in democratic reforms, because we don't want to see backsliding while we see improvements in, or one cannot probably go hand in hand with the other, or there is a certain extent to which one can go without the other. The other recommendation towards the EU institutions relates to providing targeted support, and we strongly believe that export-oriented SMEs are very important actors because they are quite immune from government interventions in the region. Promote the inclusion of the CSOs, because civil society organizations can play a vital role in holding to account, but also serving as a feedback loop. And one important element which we phrased as plan beyond CRM, which is the second assumption from the title, effectively means that if the CRM is viewed as a goal in itself, it will not give what it promises. It will only give what it promises if it is a mean to an end. And there is a lot of literature on this. You know, if you look also the data from CEFTA when it started with Visegrad countries, and mind you, those countries did not have constitutional disputes that we have. They started to reap the benefits of the agreement only once it was clear that they will be joining the EU. So if this is viewed as a second option, I'm afraid it will not yield the results. So that's why we had that involved. Now, there were some recommendations to regional organization, North Sea in particular, that keep the momentum with the monitoring mechanism. But it's very important to increase the inclusion, because you want the input of the civil society, think tank actors, in order to design what are we measuring. And the monitoring mechanism should not serve only as a monitoring exercise that we do once in a while, but because it cadasters and collects data, people, researchers, academia can engage meaningfully in impact assessment exercises. That can be in a very rigorous way, and that could serve them as a feedback loop to essentially improve. I'll just have one last comment about the role of the CSO. It is primarily to keep everyone to account, but also to ensure much needed social consensus. Because we brought up about the environment in which CSOs operate, and it will be part of the last panel. But I think that is also very important for the EU to have in mind, because if the support is not in place at the right time, I'm afraid a lot of reforms can be undone quickly.
Thank you so much. And since I asked you to combine the response and the summary of the conclusions, this took a little bit longer, but again, there's so many important points in there, and they link directly to all of the other sessions. To me, it's always interesting to see how, the whole speak of the anti-corruption is directly relevant to removing monopolies, which you mentioned, and also, if we're talking about security, it's directly relevant to foreign investment and creating a common market, because if it's not safe, people are not going to invest. So it's all, interconnected one way or another. But with this in mind, I would go straight to Mariana with the question which relates to foreign investment, because I know we are trying to move many plates in parallel, and we're trying to move things forward. But in order to grow, we don't only need to collaborate, we also need to bring in the foreign investment. So, Mariana, the question for you is, how does the actual strengthening of the CRM improve the conditions, and what can we do to actually safeguard against the risks? Because we know we're not really the best place for investment as perceived by the foreign investors.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. And since I'm the only representative of the regulator, I will try to be clear in my answers and my responses, not to be very technical in my responses. And of course, I will pass the message from our governor, since she is very much interested in all these topics that you were talking about in these 2 days, and her appreciation to the Berlin process and all the supportive initiatives that are connected with this process. And I have to say that from the perspective of the, not only foreign direct, but the investment as the process, it's really stability and economic efficiency, meaning a lot. This is something that has to be done systematically. And I have to say that my first thoughts when I was asked to talk on this panel was maybe to talk more about the chapters that we are dealing with in the EU process, since this is something that is bringing more stability and more compliance with the EU framework, which is the biggest signal, I would say, for the foreign direct investors. And not only the signal, but also has a halo effect, meaning that it's bringing more and more investors into the country. And I don't have to mention that being open and small economies such as Montenegro, but also all the other economies in the region, having this inflow of the healthy capital, meaning actually the money supply, meaning the only healthy source for the opening of growth potential. From the data that we are having in the central bank, the foreign direct investments were always on the highest levels between the peer countries. So we always had two-digit figure in our as inflow to Montenegro. But what brings concern is actually the structure of these FDIs, of these foreign direct investments. Do those investors actually invest healthy? Do they bring all this positive effects and all those benefits that we are talking when we are talking about theory? Let me say that maybe the theory is recognizing that foreign direct investments should transfer the know-how, should bring more efficiency, should bring more competitiveness, should open more potential for the youth potentials. But if it is invested in real estate, then it doesn't. It has to be stimulated in a productive investment. So that's the most important part of the policymaker to do such a work, such a job on the domestic market. From the perspective of the central bank, I have to say that we have intensified a lot. I'm not going to talk only about the core functions, and the core functions is actually safe and sound banking sector and the stable and efficient payment system. I will talk even about the supporting activities that we are dealing together with our partners from the RCC, together with our EU partners, and together with our other financial institutions partners, since we have tried to be a catalyst provider of all those services, gathering not only financial resources, but also trying to implement it as productive as it can. From the core function, of course, the most visible now, it's actually SEPA membership. I have to say this modernization in the payment system area. So SEPA membership it's a pure measure of early integration process of the EU. It's going to bring a lot of benefits for not only for the businesses, but also for the households. If we have in mind that we have like 12% of GDP remittances coming into the country. So just think about those costs that the population is paying for the bank transfers. This is something that it's very visible for the population in the country. Our expectation is that per year, the SEPA integration, our membership to SEPA integration will bring like 14 million euros, reducing costs for our population on the 3 years' time until the accession to the EU. We are expecting some 50 million reduction in costs for our businesses and for our population. This is something that will be really tangible for all. This is something that is really benefiting a lot. And I have to say that the central bank, me personally, and the central bank is proud that we managed to do this process in a very short time of period. It's like only 10 months that we are talking about this application process. The same, of course, we have a huge support in this process, in this payment system modernization from the RCC members, together with the World Bank and together with the whole region. We are working with our regional central banks, so supporting them. We are sharing our knowledge, everything that whoever got the knowledge first, try to share it among the colleagues. So sometimes it's not a very formal process, but this informal connection is very important for us as well. So what does it mean? If I can summarize the benefits, it's actually the simplification of transaction, cost reduction, faster transaction, access to European market, reduction in the shadow economy, greater inclusion, digitalization. All that is benefits that it is really coming very soon. I have to say that on the 7th of October, we will have the first transaction.
Wow.
Yes. So
Thank
it will
you.
be, yes. All banks joined the scheme. Central Bank was providing the help together with our World Bank through the RCC process. So sometimes it looks like a strategy that there are no actions. But now with this activity, I can really say that this is really an action, and it is going to be very visible in material sense for the Montenegrin economy and probably for all the others who joined the SEPA, because SEPA is not the European EU-only integration. It's much wider integration. It consists of 36 countries, and now the Montenegro is the 37th. So it really, it's going on. It's a bit by bit. It's like puzzles. You do a lot of work, and then you really feel the results.
And it's actually really good to hear that it's something practical, because throughout the last 2 days we were talking about tick box exercises, and I always feel refreshed and reassured to hear that this is happening in practice, and that while all the prices are going up, you are actually trying to integrate some cost reduction, so the standard citizen will actually feel, hopefully, some benefits for this. I will come back to you, Mariana, if we get the moment later, but I also want to hear from, thank you, I want to hear from Nenad. You are one of the rare individuals here, and if we can just please switch off the mic, because there is a bit of mic. Thank you. So, Nenad, you are one of the rare individuals working directly with the private sector here in the forum. There are a few, but not that many. And we know that it's really, really important, not only for the topic of the common regional market and growth, but also for all other topics, everything we have covered so far. And I want to see to what extent and how can we actually engage the private sector in the common regional market, but also to ensure growth, because it's not really about only, as you said, it's not only about introducing the market, but growing together and having that return on investment altogether. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for having me here. And I think I will just maybe continue with using this word practical. So, I mean, we are all like, all eyes open when we see that there is something which, okay, was in some of these lists of activities. Now it works. What does it mean? When you send the money abroad or whatever, you don't pay, I don't know, some commission. But it's very practical and very also, how to say, very tangible, and like you save some money. And the Common Regional Market Action Plan was supposed to be practical. The idea was practicality. And the private sector was the main benefactor of that. And the private sector means small and medium enterprises, also the big companies, means people who work there, and then the citizens through also the system of using the, how to say, benefits of free traveling, free movement of people, recognition of diploma, everything practical. But when you see the way how it is implemented, nothing is practical. There is no practicality whatsoever in the way how it is conceived and the way how it is implemented. There are bright examples that I have to say, of course, and we are happy, like for instance, the roaming agreement on the free roaming in the Western Balkans, also now discussion with having access to the reduced roaming with the EU. That was the biggest achievement of the first Common Regional Market Action Plan for 4 years. But that was mainly due to the private companies who agreed, accepted with a bit of a pressure, a bit of a discussions to reduce the tariffs. All else, what was there to be implemented by the governments, more or less left aside. I just remind you about practicality of the action plan. There was 105 points of action plan, which is a bit also scary. After 4 years, there was a new Common Regional Action Plan 2.0 with a similar number of actions. Our chamber was involved in giving comments to the, how to say, RCC and to the CEFTA, to the interlocutors who were tasked to bring together the tables, the action plan. And okay, it's usual like that. Some things were accepted, some things were not accepted. What were the biggest thing that of our dissatisfaction was that this practicality. If you want to have a monitoring mechanism with all of this monitoring, whatever, you have to know how to say, what do you monitor? Practicality. What do you monitor something like concretely? In this foreseeable time, this law will be changed or not. By whom? Who is responsible? An action plan is not conceived like that. Most of the points are in a 3-year period, 2025, 2028. Most of them are like kind of mild recommendations. Do this, have to do that, confirm, align, work, facilitate. Who does it? What does it mean? In what time frame? It's not mentioned. And if you see, for instance, another example, deep free trade agreement between Ukraine and European Union, completely different approach. Completely different approach. Action plan tasks, who is responsible for what, who coordinates. And there are results. And then you see, okay, if you don't have a capacity, then you say, I don't, then there is a discussion on the political level. Here, that's something which is really missing. So when we say all about monitoring, we have to be aware it will be a 4-year process of monitoring something which we're just not sure really who is responsible for what, the governments as such. And the role of the private sector here is like the role of the civil society in a way, to advocate and lobby within its own governments for the implementation of certain things. And that is what we do. We are trying to do it on the national level. We are trying to do it on a regional level through associations of Chamber of Commerces, business associations, and so on and so forth. But I think first, before, and everything, that's how I see it, before understanding what we should do, we should understand what is the real situation now, where we stand, how we can do that. And I think this is a bit of something which we sometimes miss. And also you see the role of the civil society, where? Because, you know, implementation means like, a measure is adopted, implemented, and the result is somewhere on the ground, the practical things.
But can I just interrupt you here and ask, with the action plan, because I've seen such action plans, which are not really action plans in my experience. How do what would you do if you had the power of changing and influencing it? What would you do to actually have the accountability specified and have KPIs as we do in business? You know, so that we know who needs to do it by when and what are we measuring. So can a recommendation come from this panel in order to improve this?
I mean, yes, there can be a recommendation, of course. I mean, there is, to say it's not reinventing the wheel. That's something which also, for instance, how the European Union common market has been created, like, you know, all 8 years. We just forget it from 1985 to 1991 or 1993. So, but there was a political commitment to that. We lack that. So there is a lacking of the political commitment to say, okay, we need, I don't know, these measures, especially in area of trade, which means harmonization of certificates, certified laboratories in the region that you don't have to pay for the laboratories out of the Western Balkans, recognition of those certificates, coordination among the agencies in the Western Balkans, so on and so forth, that can implement these things. So in Serbia, 3 institutions, AmCham, Serbian Chamber of Commerce, and Foreign Investors Council, out of this 100 and something list, extracted those that are most important for the businesses in Serbia working in the region. And they're like practical measures from, like, I don't know, these requirements for labeling, testing, conformity assessment, let's say laboratories, certifications, all this need to be harmonized. Border crossings, there is like perishable goods that you stay because of the demand for certain certificates at the border, so trucks cannot go. I mean, mobility of laborers. We have a very closed labor markets. Yes, there is be more mobility tomorrow with the ID cards. Okay, still there is not, I think, implemented between Bosnia and Kosovo. But you cannot work freely unless you go as a foreigner in the process of the registration. So if you are a company in the Western Balkans and you want to work in the Western Balkans, you have to cover each country, each economy separately. You cannot have a seat in Podgorica and do your business for other 5. You either have to have, you either export to others, or you have a seat, you open a sister company, other one, because then you have to comply to the law there. And that is unsustainable. That's not common regional market. So common regional market action plan is also only touching that, but doesn't give the solution to it. What I will second what the colleague said initially, one of the things which is also very important is the capacity. And the capacity of people working in the ministries, even if we imagine there is a political will. Now you have like actually 3 processes going in parallel together, but they should converge, but they are not. Each country negotiates with the EU and opening clusters. They have a certain amount of people doing that. You have a growth plan and the reform agenda separate for each country that also goes beyond the market. similar people for all that. And then you have common regional market action plan only for the harmonization among the Western Balkans. That is a condition for the CRF, for the growth plan. Probably the same people does that as well, and that is not functional.
And actually, this
what
was...
is also, I would, a recommendation, I would look for complete convergence with the common regional market and growth plan goals. So not to have do this and then you get that, because do this is also part of the new growth plan. And then by this convergence, by also making some financial conditionality. So common regional market should be part of the conditionality for growth plan. But currently, that's not the case.
Clear. Thank you. Thank you. And I mean, I could ask you more and more questions because recently all the work I've done with businesses shows all the gaps there are. But with Fatmir here, I know that RCC has a lot to offer and it often serves as a backbone. But is there something in the gaps that we have just discussed now? And also in terms of the gaps in implementing existing agreements, how can RCC help make CRM really happen?
Thank you very much for the invitation first. It's my first panel as RCC representative. I joined, this is my second month. I worked, many familiar faces in the room. I worked in the civil society for 15 years, and now it's a particular pleasure. I would thank the UK government and the British Council for convening us here. It's really, it gives the spirit of the Berlin process. So the regional organizations, civil society, think tanks, shaping the future of the region, but I like the governments. So like we're talking here among ourselves, but those who are actually, we are RCC convening the reforms as a neutral partner and then bringing together. But then if they are in the room, then it becomes a blame game, like too much argumentation with the governments, who is faulty for what. Maybe it's better that this time they are not here, but the address for some of the issues that Nenad was raising, it lies with the Western Balkan 6 governments. And the next week we are meeting for hopefully the last time with the Prime Minister Sherpas in Skopje. By the way, it's back-to-back with a digital summit happening 1st and 2nd of October. Some of you want to look at it. It's happening in Skopje. It's a huge, nice event. There's already agenda in the website. We can share it later. To come to the subject of today, like yes, CRM. It's I totally agree with Alban's last recommendation that it has to offer something as a next step, and it's a gateway to the EU single market. And it's a blueprint for socioeconomic development of the region. It's not a small market of 18 million, and it's about reducing the barriers, it's about aligning the standards, and it's about further creating better jobs and mobility for the youth, for the citizens, in order to be ready once for the European market and for the EU integration. The pace is slow, I agree. It's like in last decade, we moved from a quarter of an EU average only to 39. Some economies in the region are almost at the 50% of the EU average, but still we are lacking behind. And our Eurobarometer, Balkan Barometer data shows us that actually the enthusiasm for regional cooperation and the support for European integration is still high. It's above 82% it was last year. This year, it's about 75%. But still, the youth and the businesses need stability and predictability. That is one. But also, they aim for more convergence and faster regional cooperation and EU integration. We have these agreements, mobility agreements. We have the CRM1 recognition of professional qualifications agreement, as well as the mobility agreement. But when it comes to administrative procedures, when it comes to implementation, genuine rule of law, execution, we lack sometimes the support from the economies. And our role as RCC is to convene, to bring European Commission together with Western Balkan 6 economies together to broke these deals. And when politics hesitate, our role is to push forward the implementation. And this is continuous work that we do at the RCC. There are some interesting data that I have with me regarding the implementation, but you all know this, the people who work in the region, you know about the Western Balkan roaming. You've been all using maybe your roamings here coming from the region. It's abolished, and then 99% it's abolished also from the member states coming to the Western Balkan region. Then we had ID usage last year, more than 32 million traveled between the region with the ID cards. Then there is the green lanes, less waiting in the, and then that would be extended to the EU. The CRM2, it lifts up, it goes beyond. So we have SEPA, we have TIPS, we have more financial integration. We will have actually the list of deliverables for the upcoming Berlin summit. It's quite impressive. I can maybe share, we're thinking about 15 deliverables, 10 from RCC and 5 from CEFTA, and range from green bond, taxonomy, it's like green agenda, revised action plan, up to financial literacy framework, investment, sustainable investment. So all lists are agreed at the technical level. Now we are going into political level, and then the leaders, hopefully through the ministerials and the summit, which is happening one month from yesterday, will endorse all of this. When it comes to monitoring, I totally hear you, and it's valid, it's a just recommendation, and we started to develop it. When I joined RCC, I also have seen the action plan, but then I figured out that actually the midterm KPIs and midterm results are lacking there. For example, there is a measure that the region should adopt the digital wallet by 28. But then the complementarity with the growth plan is that each Western Balkan economy, in its own, have to adopt the national digital wallet. So once they have it, we cannot have the regional digital wallet in order to have faster payments. So citizens really and businesses do not feel this practicality unless they see that they pass the border easily. Unless I passed the border yesterday, still the border guy at Montenegro asked me, "Where are you going?" You know, this like they still, you know, like in the region, we still have this issue of you know, like treated as a genuine citizen. Then we had to break up the timing in the implementation of the monitoring tool. We're looking into setting up 3 levels of indicators. One is for the measures for these 100 and more actions. And then we will have 2 KPIs at outcome level, which is the priorities, if you remember in the action plan. And then we are looking into defining some KPIs at the impact level, how that transfers into better jobs, more mobility, more opportunity for youth, and better jobs at the KPI level. This will be in a colored dashboard, and we are working on it. We just started. I hope we will present something in the upcoming growth plan summit in Tirana, upcoming mid-November. And then I really look forward into working with some of you who have regularly have been monitoring the CRM, but also have knowledge and expertise into providing us with and leverage your work in communicating the benefits of CRM, but also in helping us to better monitor. It will be a tool up in the progress, and we will upgrade it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But when I hear all of this, I really appreciate it and I applaud, but I'm thinking back to your thing, if we're all going to be dead by the time it's done, you know, how motivated are we to contribute? And I know, Merciha, you've been working on very practical elements of mobility and of, you know, recognition of diplomas and what it means in practice, because again, in my personal experience, a lot of the mobility happens not because people have made it easy, but because they find their own ways of overcoming these challenges and obstacles. So I want to hear if there are some practical examples of how this can really be done.
I'm first going to shake off the economic discourse a bit in here and say that I'm going to be in one of the millions of people who have used the ID, because I'm going to stress dump now. I lost my passport on Saturday and traveled with the ID for the first time. So it was for the greater benefit. I was like mobility agreements. And I feel as if a lot of people don't know a lot about the mobility agreements inside of the CRM, because it's not an everyday thing that we discuss through that lens. We do discuss it in different terms, in terms of practical use of it. And we do know of it, but we don't know that it's a part of a larger scheme of things that have been done. And related to that, growing up, I'm from a part of Bosnia and Herzegovina in which there's a lot of diaspora. And I've always been jealous of my cousins who lived abroad, who lived in the EU, they didn't necessarily use it, but they had the freedom to do different things. And one of the freedoms was the diploma recognition, or the ability to move despite like finishing uni or studies in one place, or to move to work somewhere else. And in theory, this does contribute, and it's now in the Mobility Agreement 1, correct me if I'm wrong, Mobility Agreement 1 deals with the recognition of diplomas, and in theory it does lead to, inevitably leads to labor mobility. But do we see it? And do we see CRM as something that's completely detached from all of the processes that we've discussed? No, Alban has very well put it, like all of the interconnectedness of the processes that have been happening. But I just want to outline how these 2 days have given us an opportunity to hear a lot about different processes, but somehow we saw if there's no good governance, there's democratic backsliding. If there's democratic backsliding, there's no gender equality, or a lack of gender equality, there's anti-gender movements and everything. And all of it does affect the use of, or the utilization of actually these things that would lead to labor mobility. So I want to go back to something that was said yesterday by the ambassador at the reception. She has said that civil society bridges Berlin process and the people. And I love that, because that's something that I think Alban has also said previously, but we're here to actually also explain CRM to the people. And before we go to the practical kind of implications of the diploma recognitions and how could they enhance labor mobility, we first have to go back to the things that everyone on the panel has mentioned as issues, I think, at one point. And we have to accelerate ratification and implementation of all of the mobility agreements, not only this one, but all of them. We have to strengthen the institutional capacities for the implementation, because in the CRM events in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we've heard representatives of government in terms of CRM, who work on CRM and who work on CEFTA agreements and so on, saying we don't have the capacity, we don't have the funding, we don't have enough staff that knows how to deal with this. And it's hard to kind of keep track up with some countries that are more advanced in this sense than Bosnia and Herzegovina. We also have to align national legislation to foster these things. We have to raise the public awareness and give out the information of what can be done. What can we do now when we have the ability to actually have our diplomas recognized in another country? What can I do there? What is the, labor force needed in Serbia for me to move there? And I think that's the key role of the civil society, to deal with those things, to explain it in a very comprehensible manner. Because if the regular people, regular citizens of my hometown, of the village that I come from, see this, they will not understand what it means. But maybe they could benefit from it if someone was there to kind of bridge the gap, as the ambassador said, between them and the process itself. And to monitor and evaluate the implementation process. And I would like to commend RCC for finally kicking off the whole process of actually establishing a monitoring mechanism on these issues. I will finish very soon. Recognition and consequently the labor mobility may seem like another, what you said, ticked box or partially ticked box. But in reality, it's a litmus test for CRM, and for the whole process. And it's a key indicator of what I love this phrase, key indicator of our readiness for accession before membership, because that's the key. That's what every one of us should have as their key task, as it carries a lot of social and not only economic weight. I feel as if we've been on the economic weight, but there's a lot of social benefits to the CRM that people are maybe not aware of. However, this is the last point, I have to say that we cannot put this into a vacuum perspective. We need governments that are, again, accountable. We need governments that will take on the responsibility on finishing this up and work in line with that accountability and everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it also takes me back to the idea of there not being word for accountability in many of our languages, which makes it slightly challenging to demand for accountability if we can't explain it very well, let alone take ownership. Let me see if there are any questions from the audience. Yes, we have one over there. And I'm glad a representative from the youth panel before has decided to pose a question.
Thank you very much for everything that you explained to us. But in fact, I wanted to ask something because before in Albania, I'm from Albania, and we had a lot of discussion about CRM and Berlin process. But now we have accelerated negotiation process into EU integration to become a member of EU. And I wanted, in fact, to ask that our CRM and EU integration process and all negotiation chapters overlapping each other or helping each other or accelerating at some point, like what we have reached until now, and with the negotiation and the standards that we are trying to put to become membership. So I think some of reforms that have done through common regional market are as the entrance of becoming part of EU, but which specific reforms, which ways are CRM helping our countries, or especially Albania, to accelerate their negotiation process to become part of EU? I wanted just to specify this part. Thank you.
I think Mariana wants to go first, and then if you want to.
Thank you for the question. It's a very good point. And I think that they are completely compatible processes, especially because if you look from the regulator point of view, so we are a decision-making body and supervisory body, and most of the regulatory framework on the financial market is done by the central bank. Implementation, which is I would say the most difficult part of the implementation of the EU framework, is actually done with our EU partners. We really need a lot of help in this sense, especially when we are talking about modernization of the payment system. It's very easy to let's say, copy-paste the law and then to raise the hand because our politicians are aware that we want to go to the EU, so the regulatory framework have to be the same. The biggest issue is implementation and track record. I can say this even for the anti-money AML framework. So for becoming a SEPA member, becoming a TIPS clone, developing a TIPS clone, so you have to have a framework that it is completely consistent with the EU framework. This is something where the RCC and all the other initiatives are helping us. I don't have to mention that we now have empowerment of women. So here we also have the partners by implementation. We are working with the EBRD and the Frankfurt School, for example, in this process. It's really give us tools that we can implement words. So this is the most important, that we come from the words to the action, from the strategy to the results.
So much, Fatmir, would you like to add?
Yeah, I'll add very quickly. Actually, the CRM is the second pillar of the growth plan, and with the revised new leadership and enlargement revival, it boosts the speed of implementation of report, because there is conditionality put through the reform agendas, the fourth pillar, and then most of the, if you read carefully, and we are doing this analysis, actually we have contracted consultancy to do analysis of how the reform agendas are complementing and speeding up the implementation of the CRM, which is a bit higher level as a second pillar. And then if everything goes well, the European Commission estimation is that within a decade, less than a generation, we would hopefully manage to increase the growth up to, in some economies, up to 10%. But this is still slow for youth expectations, including us here. It's very slow, and we are reaching the limit of what's possible within the CRM. So the next step is, as I said in the beginning, the flagship should be to move from CRM to EU single market. Yeah.
Just, I think, maybe try to put a bit of an additional aspect to it. Albania is a good example. Common Regional Market Action Plan was conceived as a kind of instrument that all the Western Balkan countries harmonizes along certain, how to say, criteria, along certain priorities, and this harmonization should be actually mirroring the laws and procedures of the EU. So harmonization of the EU laws in these areas in the Western Balkans, creating the common regional market, actually one market, as kind of a first step to entering the EU single market or the EU membership. So it's a world as it is. But all these countries that are doing this harmonization is also negotiating with the EU, as you said, Albania now with a full speed, Montenegro also, other countries lagging behind. They negotiate chapter-based. They harmonize with the EU acquis on a chapter-based, without taking into consideration what is the repercussions on other members of the Common Regional Market Action Plan. So tomorrow, if Albania fully harmonizes itself with the EU acquis on, I don't know, agriculture, and Serbia doesn't do that, Serbia will not be able to export to Albania, or it will export to Albania with the same rules as it exports to Bulgaria, for instance. Because no one thought or didn't want to think, or I don't know what to say, that these processes should go together and be harmonized. So the governments needed, and the European Commission, Berlin process countries, to say, wait, this doesn't make sense, right? If you want to create harmonization on the regional level, it has to go hand in hand with the EU accession. So you have to have a coordination among the governments, line ministries, agencies to do that. And to add to a confusion and complication, Common Regional Market Action Plan, the trade part relies on CEFTA, which is Central European Free Trade Agreement, signed 20 years ago almost, which was practically blocked for 4 years for political disputes. So all these agreements that can be unlocked last year in Berlin, thanks to the effort of the German government, were the agreements that had been on the technical level agreed before, waiting in some kind of a drawer for the ministerial to be unlocked, and they were unlocked. With some of the, even, how to say, a transitional period of 2 to 3 years for implementation, because the country said, no, we don't want to have it immediately. For instance, the harmonization of services in tourism, we'll do it in 2 years. So, this is the reality. CEFTA, what does CEFTA do in trade? Incorporates EU acquis and tries to work with all the parties, including Moldova, who is also a party, to have these EU rules being acceptable to all the 7 participants. At the same time, your country negotiates, goes somewhere else. Montenegro goes somewhere else. And then you have this conundrum effect.
Thank you. Thanks. And I think what you just illustrated is how complicated this all really is. And again, I want to applaud to everyone who is involved in making it simpler and making it understand. I was just reflecting in my own mind. We have representatives of the civil society organizations here who have today discussed topics ranging from gender equality to youth-relevant matters, to now common market and growth. And you kind of have to really struggle at times to understand all the complexities and imagine how difficult it is for an ordinary citizen somewhere in a village somewhere to try and keep up with any of this. So I think in order to conclude, I would like to go back to what you were saying, Marcija. I think part of our role is to help simplify these messages, but also at the same time to ensure that the reforms really are happening and that we are implementing things which are hugely complex and not easy to follow. Thank you all very much indeed. It's lunchtime. And if you were wondering what the noise was, because I know there are people who may have been re-traumatized for a minute or so there, it was an exercise with red arrows, airplanes flying over Podgorica, but it's all safe. It's okay. It was the UK practice exercise for airplanes. So we missed it. I'm sorry, but we will not miss lunch. See you at 2:30. Thank you so much. Test, 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 test. Testiramo, sad je ok. Da.
Test 1, 2, 1, 2, test, test.
Kad su uključena oba, znala, evo je.
To je,
da.
to je.
Nema.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Hi. I see smiling faces behind screens. Welcome back. I'm talking so that people outside can hear I'm talking, so then they'll come in, you know. Welcome back. You will need a piece of paper. While you get ready, can you please grab a piece of paper? It's just there. Yeah, just a plain piece of paper. Yep, you need a pen. So while we are waiting for everyone to come in, you need a pen and a piece of paper. There are those. It's exam time. Ali kad bude trebalo da se budi. Aha. No da, neka, neka. Divna, divna. Okay, welcome back everyone. Feel free to sit down whenever you're ready. Now, the time for our energizer is actually over, but because I know you need energy and I can feel, welcome, thank you for coming. I feel that you need a bit of energy. I will first ask you to just sit down and close your eyes for a bit. So sit down and close your eyes. This requires no talking, thank you. So we're all sitting down, closing our eyes. And I would like you to think of the food you just ate and how comfortably it's sitting in your tummy and giving you the energy you need for the next 2 hours. And feel how it's going into your bloodstream. All the lovely sugar, glucose spikes, and everything else we need to keep us going. You can feel the caffeine and everything else you've had. And you can feel your body being energized. And you can also feel it going to your brain. And while you're doing that, I want you to think of one thing you are good at. And I mean one skill you are good at. So think of something you are really good at and you enjoy doing. Feel free to enjoy processing your food and focusing on the one thing you are good at. And when you're ready, feel free to open your eyes and on a piece of paper, write down in silence the one thing you are good at. You need one piece of paper and you need to write clearly. And let's keep the silence going. This is the silent exercise. Okay, let me check. Does everyone have a piece of paper and one thing they're good at? Yes? When you're ready, show me. Don't say anything. Okay? Now, it needs to be written clearly because other people need to be able to read it. Okay? Okay. I will give you a very clear instruction, but you have to listen very carefully. So this is what you need to do. You need to stand up, keep quiet. So the challenge is not to say a word and to go around and show people what you're good at. And you need to find someone that has something that you are interested in. Okay, so for example, I'm good at public speaking, or at least I like to think that. And I will come and have a look what you are good at. So when I see what you're good at, if I'm interested, I'm gonna smile. And if I'm not interested, I'm just gonna say good for you, but no talking and keep going. So I want you to please get up, go and look around in silence for a few minutes. Okay, thank you. How hard was it not to talk? I know. But I love the fact that actually there was a lot of laughter going on, even though I said no talking. Okay. Thank you. The purpose of this exercise was to wake you up, but it was also to give you space to actually refocus and calm down. Speed dating as well, yeah, if that's what you were after, sure. And this brings us to our penultimate session on environment, energy, and decarbonization. As you know, we covered a lot of different topics today. And for this one, I would kindly like to invite my panel. So I have Valbona Mazreku, Rapporteur, Executive Director of Milieu Contact. Welcome, Valbona. I have Yeton Zulfay, the Berlin Process Sherpa for Kosovo. I don't know if Yeton is here. Maybe not. Sorry? Did someone say he's outside? Oh, here we go. Is Yeton? Great. I have Ivana Vojinovic, Director, Center for Climate Change, Natural Resources, Energy, University of Donja Gorica. Welcome, Ivana. I have Lura Limani, Executive Director of Kosovo Foundation for Open Society. Oh, Lura, you have a fan base here. That's great. Great. Brilliant. And I have Christina Vojvodic, Senior Legal Advisor for Renewable and Environmental Institute. Excellent. It's a full panel. So while we give you time to settle in and prepare your recommendations, can we quickly see the Mentimeter? Yeah, the last one on CEFTA was that way. And now we have the new question. So what are the biggest barriers to achieving just green transition? And we know green is something that affects all of us, but unfortunately not much is done about it, except for those like yourselves who are doing lots about it. And I would really love to hear what it is that we can do to make things move forward. So just to give you a bit of space. I think we need to change the question. So whoever is the master of Mentimeter. Oh, here we go. So what are the biggest barriers to achieving just green transition? And while we wait for the results, which are not coming in just yet, I just want to say a very warm welcome to those of you who have just joined us. We have quite strict rules, and just so you know how the panels work, we have a rapporteur who is going to report on the conclusions and recommendations of the working group first for 5 to maybe 8 minutes, and then I will ask you individual questions, which will be also timed to give space to the audience to respond as well. So when we're ready, let's have a look. The biggest barriers, corruption, energy poverty. So a lot of what has already been discussed over the past couple of days. Okay, I think we're going to get started with Valbona. Thank you so much for agreeing to be the rapporteur for this topic. Over to you.
It's an honor to be here today and to present the discussion we had in our group, Environment, Energy and Decarbonization. Even though we are the last group presenting, still our sectors are quite, potential sectors with a lot of problems, barriers, and challenges for the future. Our message has been simple but urgent, that environmental protection and decarbonization is not optional. Western Balkans should and must align their green transition with social justice and EU standards. it seems like a slogan, but it's the reality. We are facing many problems on environment and energy, and it's the way how we try to deal with them today, the way how we shape our future of the society. And in that respect, I might bring some of the problems. Air pollution, Western Balkan countries are among the one of the highest or among the highest, let's say, countries that has the highest pollution, in Europe. And thousands of premature deaths are caused every year. Cities like Skopje, Tuzla, or Pristina do have winter smog, which exceeds several times the WHO standard as well as EU standard, which is the air that we breathe. Our kids are breathing, so that's a real a problem. From the other side, we have biodiversity loss that is increasing. Forest, river, wildlife is facing threats from infrastructure, from mining activities. We do have climate disaster happening. This summer, Albania and Montenegro faced wildfires, and then thousands of hectares of forests have been destroyed in both countries. And then we have Serbia and Kosovo that had droughts throughout the year. And again, we have damages on crops, on water supply. So these are things that are not anymore rare events, but they are frequent, and we face it in the everyday risks. Energy poverty, it was among one of the topics that has been mentioning in the Mentimeter, and again, we see that is deepening the inequalities because rural households, women-led households, groups that are disadvantaged, they all are excluded from the policy making. The majority of their energy bill, it's the majority of their incomes going for the energy bill, and here we cannot speak about energy efficiency or renewable energy that they can use. From the other side, we see that also there is a corruption, and it was among the first one ranked over there. Weak implementation. Ministries of environment usually are coming together with other portfolios, which creates conflicts of interest. And again, usually the environment is taking less funds from the state budget, and usually they are for salaries rather than for investment or for, let's say, preservation and protection of environment. Again, civil society organization, this is something that has been an improvement in overall, at least identified by the group, that have been active trying to share information, to raise awareness, to fight for better projects. And we are all aware about different projects that are strategic investment for our countries, but at the same time are damaging environment. They are bringing cases legally into the court, so they have done a lot, but still civic participation is fragmented and sometimes is symbolic. And based on all these problems that we identified, we also came up with some recommendation, and I'm not going to all the recommendations because then in the book that you have in your folder, for all the themes, you have written down the entire report with recommendations, specific recommendation. But I'd like to draw attention to some of the recommendation for the Western Balkan governments. We call upon strengthening environmental governance, trying to decouple the ministries of environment from other conflicting portfolio, as well as building institutions that are transparent, that also are that also are independent. That environmental impact assessment or strategic environmental assessment do have a participatory processes, transparent, since in the early phases of it, to protect nature and decarbonize, to set, let's say, phasing out date from coal, which is one of the, and I forgot to mention that 70% of the energy production in the region is coming from coal. And this is something very, let's say, bad in terms of air quality, of emission that are released, but also in terms of health costs. While solar, wind are there, and they are not used at all in our countries, or still not in the high potential that it might be. Again, we would like to support that Western Balkan countries support people and jobs by creating those energy or social cohesion or just transition program that support especially the vulnerable groups, and also create possibilities for youth, for training and professionalize them. For the EU countries and Berlin process partners, we would like to direct their support to local actors, to move beyond ministries and have support, technical one and financial, for municipalities, civil society organizations, because they can really bring piloting and activities that are to the community needs and would be very profitable. As well, link finance to reforms, because sometimes an EU should condition some of their, let's say, support with the transparent decision-making, rule of law in our countries, because this might be for trying to have governments more accountable for what they are doing, to invest in key priority areas such as biodiversity restoration, clean energy, and also to invest, why not, in investigative journalism in order to have better information in regard to those topics related to energy and environment where corruption is very high. We also had drawn some recommendation for civil society sector, trying to encourage them to stay proactive in what they are doing in relation to challenging weak environment and strategic impact assessment, to monitor government action, as well as to be in early participation in the processes, to build knowledge, and especially knowledge partnership, especially universities, researchers, with citizens for the citizen science type of activities in order to collect data, which of course it is very important also for the advocacy type of activities. And last but not least, to lead local solution, develop renewable energy communities, try to have nature-based solution type of the projects, and at the end, let's say, use this Just Transition Fund in order to have inclusion also of the gender in it. And by saying it, I'd like to say that Western Balkan has the community, has knowledge, has energy as well to build a real and just future, green as well. So in that respect, it's matter only to have in the same table, EU actors, governments, as well as civil society actors in order to find a way how they can, and I will repeat, the other groups as well have said, to put into the practice what has been written in the laws and in the strategies. Everything is there, but the implementation is lacking. The main, perhaps, challenge that we can have as a group here is to see how we can decarbonize the economy and at the same time protect the environment, as well as integrate and have a gender equity in the activities in order to have a fast and why not green development for the future.
Thank you so much, Valbona. I think you covered a lot of really important topics, but again, for me, what is a repeating message is that this is relevant for everyone involved, and also the common theme, there is a thread throughout. And you also mentioned transparency, governance, participation, action, and this has come up in all the previous sessions as well. We're very lucky to have, and I'll just kindly ask you to pause the mic. We're very lucky to have another representative on behalf of government, and today Yeton has joined us as the Sherpa for Kosovo. Thank you so much for actually taking the time and giving us the space. As one of the key conclusions over the past 2 days has been the importance of actually having governments really listen to the civil society and having an engaged dialogue in this. Now, you have a specific role in the Berlin process, and we're very pleased that you are able to respond to our questions and also take the conversation further as we get ready for the Leaders Summit. So the question for you is a twofold one. One is to ask you to reflect on the actual deliverables you are planning in this field, and also how do you actually ensure that people like yourselves doing the work that you are doing are listening to what the civil society is saying and taking these recommendations into account? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and privilege to be in this panel, and thank you very much for the invitation. I think I'm the only Sherpa participating in the panels, and we have a duty, let's say, to be both transparent and responsible. So it comes with our portfolio. And I very much appreciate the opportunity to have an open discussion on this theme. This is an important topic which maybe too many governments try to avoid because there is no easy solution. And certainly they are not also very fast. What I do agree with recommendations for the governments and for the EU and civil society as well, some more stronger than the others. I do believe that there is a problem of governance structure relating to the environment and decarbonization and overall green agenda. I think the structure is very messy, but we also need to have honest deliberation on what is the best solution. And I'm neither Minister of Energy or Environment, and I coordinate Common Regional Market and Green Agenda for the Western Balkans, which are two key instruments within the Berlin process as deliverables. And working for the Prime Minister, so we have a more horizontal view. But is it better to have the Minister for Energy responsible for the environment, maybe have a moral compass within this portfolio, or to have them separate, each one fighting to the Prime Minister for success? One in the expense of the other, because if you're fighting a lot for energy, and then if you're winning over the Minister for Environment, that's bad for the environment. But not necessarily if we have easy solutions. And I don't think there are easy answers, or if you take Kosovo, we have, I would say, with respect to solar and wind and hydro, there are limited capacities to what you can do. I mean, for solar, you need space, which very much also is needed for agriculture. And there is a limit how much you can do. We are auctioning now 100 megawatts, and we will do more. But there is a limit there, and I don't think that for how much we expect our economies to grow, if you go with the growth plan, Mr. Kopman's plan from EU, that we need to be growing 10% for the next 10 years in order to close the convergence with EU, then you can imagine in 10 years we will be needing perhaps double the amount of energy that we use today. And is it all coming from the renewables? And is it sustainable? With wind, we need, there's also limited spaces where wind flows constantly. So surely we are having a strategy. We have a strategy which needs to be revised. It's been now in its mid of, it was 22 to 31, so we are getting closer to seeing what are the results, but we are, of course, a bit behind. We are also refurbishing Kosovo A, and we need to work with Kosovo B thermal power plants. But we need, I think there should not be neither resistance nor rejecting of the just transition into and into this green transition, which needs also to be just. But it should be done not at the expense of economic growth or at sustainability, because energy needs to be both secure and sustainable. And unfortunately, coal is going to be the answer for a period while we transition, also as a strategic reserve. We know that what is happening, and especially what happened in Ukraine, and we know now that you cannot rely neither in agriculture or energy or risk not having it independent as a source. So, but I think that with Green Agenda, we are actively involved, and in all 5 pillars, we have a clear target. We are focusing on climate risks and vulnerabilities. Priorities is energy, transportation, and agriculture as the most polluting sectors. Of course, there must, in what Pristina also suffers, especially during the winter time, is much more from pollution, which I think we have targeted but not yet resolved, of installing quality filters that would filter a lot of this pollution and clean the environment, because as net contributors to the climate crisis, of course, this has to be measured by both the GDP, how efficient is our GDP versus how much it costs to pollute, but also per capita. But I will come back if there are questions on this.
Thank you so much. I would now like to invite Ivana to actually reflect on how this seems from a different perspective. And I thank you for your honesty in telling us about how things are at the moment, because we don't always get such honesty from people representing governments. But Ivana, yours is, let's say, an academic input to this conversation. And we're very pleased that we have someone from Donja Gorica to tell us how things are done in a different context, but yet achievable, hopefully. So the question for you is to do with long-term planning versus the short-term achievements. And I would like to know how the Western Balkans countries can actually manage the trade-off between short-term energy security needs and the long-term decarbonization, because it's not that easy and it's not that quick. So how can it be done based on science you've got?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. First of all, thank you for inviting me to be a part of this civil society forum. It's my great pleasure. I'm especially happy that you are here today in Podgorica, in my hometown, and I hope that every one of you feel pretty good here in Podgorica. It's good weather, and I hope you definitely enjoy. I'll answer to your question directly. Definitely, it's not easy, and it's not a quick job, task, process whatsoever. But definitely, I'll start by saying something which was just said. First of all our 6 Western Balkan countries, by signing Sofia Declaration on the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans, back in November 2020, committed themselves to fully implement all 5 pillars of this important mandatory document. And the first of these pillars is related to the climate action and is especially focused on decarbonization. What that means? It means that we must fulfill these EU climate energy targets by 2030. But balancing between these short-term energy security and long-term decarbonization, it's putting a huge pressure on all countries in the region. Why? Because all 6 countries of the Western Balkans, except Albania, are still heavily relying upon coal as a basic source of electricity production. I have some of the statistics. I'll not bother you with that. But because of this heavily reliance upon coal, that is why our thermal power plants in the region, what colleague from Kosovo just said, are now ongoing processes of huge environmental reconstruction in order to meet environmental standards until they are fully decommissioned in a socially responsible and just way. However, long-term decarbonization of the entire region of the Western Balkan can only be achieved if all our countries dramatically accelerate deployment of renewables. Almost the entire region of the Western Balkan is pretty rich with renewable energy, solar, wind, hydro. And according to the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, this region could install up to 18 gigawatts of wind and 6 gigawatts of solar until 2040, which could cover more than 60% of our electricity needs. But if you look at the structure of renewables in the overall regional energy mix, we have a dominant share of hydropower with 80% of share, meaning that there is a huge over-dependency on hydropower generation in the entire region, which brings a huge challenge with these negative trend of climate change, the lack of precipitation, hydrological droughts, which definitely decreases the water level and might endanger electricity production and thus put under the risks the overall energy security and energy stability. I would also like to recall that at the Ministerial Council of Energy Community in December 2022, all our countries committed to increase their ambitions of reduction of greenhouse gases emissions by until 2030. Also, once again, all our countries increased ambitions as far as the share of renewables in the energy mix is concerned, and these are mandatory commitments as well. However, tapping into this huge renewables potential in the region requires not only huge investments in generation infrastructure, in the, I don't know, construction of new plants, facilities, and so on, but also in supporting infrastructure, because power grids throughout the region are pretty aging and fragmented, and they need to be modernized, because only flexible and modern power grids can absorb these huge amount of new gigawatts, huge amounts of these intermittent renewable energy. And without that, these huge and ambitious green energy targets will remain out of reach. Besides grid modernization, what is also very relevant is the installation of battery energy storage systems in order to have the entire energy system in balance, in order to somehow supply energy surpluses produced when we have these kind of sunny days or wind days, and to use it when there is huge amounts of clouds in the sky. And that is where our regional cooperation becomes crucial. Energy security for sure cannot be achieved in isolation. And the recent development of the regional electricity market under the Western Balkan 6 initiative offers a significant opportunity in that regard. By enhancing cross-border electricity trade, the countries of the region, first of all, can pool resources, stabilize grids, reduce costs, accelerate renewable energy integration, and so on. At the same time, we must focus on the use of recently developed and introduced economic tools of European Union. The upcoming full implementation of the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, will make it for the entire region of the Western Balkan extremely difficult to export carbon-intensive products, especially electricity, which is produced based on coal, because for those of you who are not familiar with CBAM, it means that according to this new tax, new mechanism, European Union actually taxes those products in this example commodity called electricity according to the amount of coal used in their generation, in order to avoid the so-called CO2 leakage at the border, to preserve competitiveness of the EU 27 member states. In other words, there will be a higher prices of those products which are pretty carbon intensive as compared to those which rely upon green technologies. This means that CBAM, in some regard, can even accelerate decarbonization in our countries, because production of these coal-based products will become extremely expensive. So rather than treating CBAM as a threat, countries could proactively introduce fair and gradual carbon pricing systems. And if designed correctly, these systems can definitely generate revenues that could be once again reinvested into clean energy projects.
Thank you.
Only one last sentence. Okay. To answer once again directly to your question, this trade-off between short-term energy security and long-term decarbonization should not be a zero-sum game. Definitely, we must use these huge support of European Union and international financial institutions to try to transform our energy systems in some clean and green, proper green orientation.
Thank you. And if we had time, I would have asked you, where will the money for investment come from? But you've just answered that. So I'm really glad to hear that there is actually a backup plan for the increasing cost related to all of this. And in the past 2 days, we discussed, and you now talked about the practicalities of it. But the one thing that we need to know about is the policies behind it. And we know that in the Western Balkans, we have a lot of policies, but sometimes they're not implemented. Now, to the best of my knowledge, we are lagging a bit when it comes to policies on environment, energy, and decarbonization. I know that there are things that can be copied, there are good practices, but it's not that easy because each of the countries has their own legislation. So a question for Christina is, in your experience, what sort of mechanisms in terms of law practices and rule of law in general can actually strengthen governance in this area? And what can be done when we know that there's corruption, there's political influence, there's all these challenges, there's internal challenges and short-term and long-term planning. So how do we approach lawmaking? Over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, in order to understand the mechanism to strengthen environmental governance, firstly, we need to figure out which approach we shall take to tackle this crisis of environmental governance that we are currently facing, definitely. And I would argue that the recommendations are fundamentally based on the what's called human rights-based approach. And why I'm insisting that decarbonization and energy transition, as well as environmental protection, needs to be put in the human rights context. Why the framing is so important in this matter? Well, because it shifts the narrative, it shifts the dialogue from political arena and from voluntary targets to the sphere of law and obligations. So, for example, if we are talking about GHG emission reductions, we cannot talk about voluntary targets, we cannot talk about political bargaining, political choices. We need to talk about positive obligations of the state to protect its citizens, especially the ones who are effectively and currently endangered by climate change and by environmental degradation. I love that Valbona emphasized something that she said sounds like slogan, but actually this is quite important. It is not optional. Decarbonization is not optional, and it is in line with what I would like to emphasize, that it's not a matter of good intentions, it's a matter of accountability. And we heard a lot about accountability, as you already mentioned, but I would like to draw your attention on one recommendations to the Berlin process partner governments related to promotion of technical dialogue, because it's quite important. It is important to have someone on the other side of the desk who understand the regulatory issues and also who understand which mechanisms can apply. And the answer can be quite simple and quite easy, to be honest. It's not rocket science. The good governance is not rocket science, to be honest. And if we are talking about modalities, we can also mention the importance of new actors who are all sidelined, like parliamentarians, like independent government organizations, who can help and who need to actually step in and monitor together with CSOs to develop this kind of monitoring mechanisms, to develop this robust rule of law mechanisms, which shall be applied while we monitor the implementation and transposition in this field, which shall be tangible, which shall be measurable. And also, it is important to understand what human rights-based approach means in practice. We also heard something about prevention. Of course, this is important, and I would like to emphasize that CSOs shall focus more on strengthening horizontal legislation and focusing on and pushing the governments to actually apply and transpose EU standards before full membership. These are the key aspects that we need to focus on. But also we need to acknowledge that it takes time, it takes resources, it takes expertise to do, for example, monitoring of some environmental impact assessment project process. So after that, I would like to draw your attention on public participation, meaningful public participation, of course. And I would like to be a little bit more precise in this regard. what we are lacking outcomes of the public participation being integrated into the policies, laws, and documents. Without that, we will never have social consent, or how it's popularly called, social license to operate for big-scale projects, including the projects for renewables, for example. Also, nothing of this, all the implications in the decision-making process are quite limited if we do not have some kind of redress mechanisms, if we do not have access to justice, which unfortunately in the region we are still lacking good access to justice mechanisms to tackle these harmful environmental decisions. And right now we are actually having gaps in every stage. We lack clear commitments. We do not have clear coal phase-out dates in Western Balkan countries. We have weak transposition, as I already mentioned, related to preventative mechanisms. We also have poor implementation and enforcement, and I think that we are all familiar with lack of enforcement of large combustion plants directive in most of the countries. Adopting a human rights-based approach means actually supporting the rapid just transition, but with higher level of scrutiny over the policies and laws, which brings us back to fundamentals. And then, yes, we need the rapid energy transition, but speeding without safeguards and without, direction, it can be quite, dangerous. So we need to think about different kind of models. So we cannot apply the same models because we will get wound up in the same crisis that we are trying to solve. We will replicate it. We will replicate it when we talk about renewable projects. Unfortunately, we see a lot of the same models of doing business being implemented in renewable projects, like construction without permits, construction without approvals, tailor-made laws, special procedures laws. And of course, we see some kind of bargaining between the EU and Western Balkan countries. I can point out this lithium Russia and Serbia when it comes to the where strategic interests actually override environmental protection and democracy requirements. So that I would like to finalize with the rule of law, as you mentioned. What is the role of the rule of law in the environmental governments? And I think that we need to put it in the context in which we cannot ignore the context in which the policies and laws are being developed and implemented. Persistent weaknesses in the rule of law are actually undermining our efforts to have a just transition, to achieve objectives in environmental protection. But also when we are talking about the context, we cannot ignore the context in which CSOs are operating. And I would like to draw attention on the risk. We need to acknowledge the risk. If the CSOs are actually pushed into that so-called partnership with the non-democratic governments, we actually face the risk to lose what is most important for us, and that is the trust of the citizens and the connection with the state citizens. And in Serbia, we are currently facing the political and social crisis. We are facing harassment of citizens. We are in a hostile environment in which Serbian CSOs are operating, and we need to acknowledge that. So what I would like to end up with is that strengthening the rule of the mental precondition for any kind of environmental governance reforms. And no initiative, to be honest, no matter how well tailored, how ambitious, will not succeed if we do not have the rule of law being reformed.
Thank you very much. And thanks for raising the issue of trust, because although we kind of all inferred and referred to it, but indirectly. And in terms of the functioning society, you really need to have trust in the rule of law, in the police, in all the different elements of a country, in the government, in the civil society sector, in order for all of this to function. You mentioned participation. In this forum, we made sure to ensure participation of many and to be as inclusive as possible. But even here, when we do it strategically, it's still, if you look around the room, representation is not that great. And how do we then Jura ensure that there's actually proper participation and inclusion when we plan in the context of green and renewables? Planning for jobs, planning for the labor market, planning for everything that the future might bring, including the decision making.
Well, thank you, first of all, for having me. I hope everyone can hear me in the back. I speak fast, but I'm very low speaker. First, I think I need to add to what my colleagues have said so far. I think we're missing a paradigm shift, really. It's not because it's, so I come from the Open Society Foundations, and one of the three main pillars of our work is just energy transition. And for us, it's not just about achieving EU standards or implementing the commitments we've taken on through the Berlin process. We really see decarbonization as an imperative for the planet, for our survival. And so it's not a compliance exercise. So we need to have, so when we speak here, I think we need to be a bit more demanding than just fulfilling criteria. And so what this means for us, that it's also potentially an opportunity for regional development, if we think of it as a strategic thing that all of our countries have to do. It has to be rooted in fairness, so it has to be rooted in what people actually need. And of course, it has to be enabled by what my colleagues already said, transparent governance, because otherwise it will not deliver. So in the sense of how do we create policies that are inclusive, of course, that's very difficult because throughout the past 2 days, we've actually heard that there's no meaningful participation overall of civil society in policy making in our countries. Of course, this is not black and white. It depends from sector to sector, it depends from country to country, and in each country, it happens differently at different times. But I think what you've heard also earlier today in the panel on gender and diversity is that when you're thinking actually of vulnerable groups, we also have to acknowledge that in our policy making. And what this actually means in practicality is that you just have to have holistic policy making that is centered around these vulnerable groups if you identify them as such. So for example, EU directives on energy do identify women as a vulnerable group when it comes to energy poverty. And if we do implement that principle, then we also have to think of this strategically. How do we address or how do we even identify the needs of women and youth in our national plans and national strategies, if we do, right? And what this actually means is, of course, consultation. And at the end of the day, it does mean actually earmarked funding, subsidies, and investment in addressing their needs. So what, for example, I can say practically what we at OSF have done so far that I think does encompass a bit of this focusing on youth. So for example, the other day, we just hosted a mayor's forum in Durrës, where 19 of mayors from all across the region came together to actually commit to basically draft and implement local plans that will ensure lower emission rates, that will ensure an energy transition for their municipalities. This is what we also mean when we say we need citizen-led initiatives. Energy communities democratize the energy transition process. It's great that we're having auctions, but it also has to be from the ground up. And this is also what creates a social license, the buy-in from the citizens when you actually address their needs on a very local level. We're also doing sort of a higher political and policy level advocacy. We're pushing for the regional, the Western Balkans Green Industrial Policy Framework, through which we are hoping to also convince our governments that the energy transition is not just a burden, but an economic opportunity. It will create green jobs for youth and other people, because upskilling is also something that we have to think about. We should not be ageist. And at the same time, I think it will offer our region a way to contribute to European prosperity. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. That was nice, concise, and to the point. And having worked with young people quite a lot over the past years, I'm noticing more and more shift in the paradigm. And although they might not understand at this point the complexities of the transition we are talking about, there is a lot of interest. And there's actually, from what I'm noticing, more of the values which are grounded in green and in creating a safe and shared space, which is more in line with green and renewable energies. Just to check, are there any questions from the room? Yes, we have one. Hi.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Okay, I'll sit because I have a few notes here. It's easier for me to read. I'm Denis from Arhus Center in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I've been involved in energy and decarbonization for the last 2 decades, basically. So I have some background knowledge on the issue. Okay, this will be sort of a critical review on the, but I assume that's why we're invited here to actually share our comments on the actual report. So first of all, yeah, the report and the recommendations, I'll focus only on energy and decarbonization, just to be clear with. So the report is, I can have to say, full of the usual phrases, and it looks as if it was prepared from an EU guidebook, how to prepare and phrase the recommendations, which do not really push for any changes in reality. It's sort of a yes report, not really tackling with the things that should be pointed out as a no things not to be done. And this brings me to three very important things which were not mentioned, unfortunately, in this year's report, and they were present in last year's, and that is the issue of fossil gas. So there is absolutely no mention of fossil gas in the recommendations, which is a disaster, because we have a huge pressure of fossil lobby. Gas, even though it's called natural gas, is a fossil fuel, and we are trying to decarbonize the society. And now we are facing this huge pressure from even some EU countries and international community in investments in new fossil infrastructure, new gas infrastructure, which simply does not go in line with decarbonization of the energy sector or decarbonization of the society. So we are creating a new dependence on an imported fossil fuel, which will import either from Eastern or Western dictators, which makes absolutely no sense. And unfortunately, that issue is not in the report. And it should be there as a recommendation for the authorities. Second thing is, there was just one mention of mining of critical raw materials, and it's basically a recommendation to the civil society, instead of a recommendation to the European Commission and the authorities, especially to EU, because there is a feeling, well, at least among the NGOs which are dealing with this issue for the last few years, that the Western Balkans is sort of becoming a new colony for EU for the critical raw materials. And that's the approach that they're taking towards us. And that has to be changed, and that should have been mentioned in the report also as a recommendation to EU and whoever wants to dig all over our countries without really respecting the environmental legislation, rules, and everything else. Unfortunately, that's not mentioned in the report also. And the third thing is something which is presented by our authorities and some foreign investors, is the question of waste incineration, which is unfortunately, again, pushed as a part of circular economy, and that's simply not true. So waste incineration to produce energy is not circular economy. Once again, that was not in the recommendations towards the international community or whoever.
Thank you.
No, there's more. The terminology used in the actual document, just energy transition, is a creation of fossil lobbies again. We have just transition for coal regions in transition, and we have energy transition. Just energy transition is something used by this sector to benefit from the just transition funds. So they would actually invest under the label of just transition funds to build new energy capacities. So that's also something which we, as civil society, should not accept as a terminology. You have energy transition or transition of the energy sector, and you have just transition for coal regions in transition. And that's where the money should go, to the local economies of those regions. So since the gas and incineration were not mentioned in this report, the question is, does that mean that the civil society organizations which were involved in the preparation of this document do not consider that as a problem? Or maybe they even support that idea. So that's the question for whoever was leading this process of consultations. And by the way, several times it was mentioned that this was a wide participation or whatever. I've consulted my colleagues from the region which are working on these issues for a very long time. None of them were actually invited, or let's say most of them were not invited for these consultations. So even that is not really true. And we are invited here to basically listen to the recommendations which civil society is presenting. It is not wide participation of civil society, I'm sorry to say so, and especially not for the energy and decarbonization sector.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to stop you at this point.
Just one thing, I have to comment on the coal power plants. The coal power plants are going to go bankrupt in 5 to 10 years, thanks to the CBAM, which was mentioned. So to invest in coal power plants now is waste of time and money. Start doing the actual decarbonization process, and then we'll achieve the goal. And whenever we talk about that there is no money, or it's not possible, no. Where there's a will, there's a way. So stop creating and presenting problems and start working on solutions.
Thank you so much. And it's great to have your expertise input here. I will just go quickly back because we have to wrap. We're already past the time. But quickly going back to Valbona, as you were part of the conversation, just a quick reflection. Did any of these come up? And if not, we can include them in the conference conclusions and recommendations as well. Thank you.
All the issues that have been raised are discussed even in the working group and among civil society organizations that have been involved in the process. Yes, we do share the same opinion with you, but as this was a regional, let's say, document, we try to be as well a little bit more, let's say, systematic, based on the recommendations of previous year and trying to build upon it. It's not easy to combine environment and energy under the same chapter because both sectors are quite substantial with recommendations. And in the country level, I think all of us as organization are fighting against incineration. And Albania is a clear, let's say, a case where corruption has been obvious. So all of us are against such a way of producing energy, as well as for other countries in regard, because for Albania is not the coal, the case, or gasification is coming back, and we are fighting with the government in order not to go to the gasification, while the renewable energy sources in Albania are quite good. And I said the same, and I mean the same might be also as a reflection from other organizations. They can talk, they are present here. But of course, the process is something that they cannot, in a short-term period, say that we'll phase out coal, while we had a clear declaration here that for the security reason, it's not something that can be done tomorrow. So, but if somebody from the group would like to
I think we can probably leave it for the break. And just, is there anything urgent? Yes?
Thank you all of you for your good presentation. I'm not familiar much with energy and things, but I would bring some challenges faced mostly by Roma communities when it is like related with energy poverty. We have recently in Albania an initiative to support and to recompensate some of the energy bills, but the price that is adopted and for this is less than €7. And I would like to bring to your attention that there should be such protection for people that are coming from different groups that are in need, which are retired people, women that are household, and the price should be differentiated according to the needs. Families that have much children and use more energy. We have, and another thing that I will bring to your attention is the access to the energy source. For example, in Albania, we have some sites of Roma that have been for 20 years brought from one part to another part because they do not have homes and they cannot access the energy because they have not contract for the home. And we are living in this century and there are people that cannot access energy because they are poor. So this should be brought to your attention. And another thing is that when there are, it is not related to trauma, but when there are projects, for example, I heard that in a country in Albania, there is like a station of solar panels, but people around say that it harmed the biodiversity of the, but it was not consulted with people around. So there should be mandatory consultation with people that are living around.
Thank you so much, Magnola. And this just goes to reinforce the conversation we had on the importance of participatory discussion at all stages of forming the legislation, on making decisions. And this is our sign that the panel is up. Yeah, there's a dog barking. I would like to use this opportunity to thank you all for really diverse perspectives on this really important subject. Again, we know it's not easy. Also, thank you for expert inputs from the audience. And I really hope that when you go to the Berlin summit and to the meeting of Sherpas, you will be able to contribute even more and even better based on the inputs from the recommendations, but also the conclusions from this conference. Thank you all very much indeed. Over to Sasha now.
Before we start the next session, please just note Ines Leskaj, Jonila Godole, Jadranka Ivanova, Larisa Halilović, and Jeton Zulfaj to report to the registration desk. Thank you. Evo sam ti poslao ove za reimbursement. So the final call for the passengers Leskaj, Godole, Ivanova, Halilović, Zulfaj to go to registration desk. Thank you. Now the last panel. I would like to invite my panelists, Richard Allen, Bekim Blakaj, Misha Popović, Anja Bosilkova-Antonovska, and our Minister Ernad Suljević from Montenegro. Please come and join me to the desk. Molim? Pardon, greška. I Ksenija, tako je. Znači 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 i 8. Tako je. Just maybe because of the minister will sit. Probably, but we need one more chair, yeah? So, my dear colleagues, since we are waiting our panel to be populated, we're just expecting one more guest. I'm kindly invite you to join for the Mentimeter for your votes on the question about what are the biggest threats to the civil society in the Western Balkans. So please log in and vote. So translator can sit here. Yeah, she can use my mic. Okay, so guys, please log in and then just type the keywords or your thoughts on what are the biggest threats to the civil society in the Western Balkans. Thank you. Dobar dan. So I'm kindly asking Mr. Todorovic not to vote 7 times. Thank you for voting. It will be very interesting word cloud to have in the conference report. So welcome to the last panel. So the topic is civil society operating environment, and we gave a subtitle still here, and probably we will finish this session with the Gloria Gaynors, I Will Survive. We are still here to be and not to leave. So civil society operates under growing pressure from restrictive laws, smear campaigns, and political hostility. Many CSOs in the Balkans are suffering really hard times. So, and this is a time for us to discuss those things here in the dawn of this Berlin Process Summit in London, which will happen next month. So basically, our recommendations will go there. So let me first introduce you my distinguished panel who will discuss and debate here. So with us here is Mr. Ernest Suljevic, Minister of Regional Investment Development and Cooperation with Civil Society Organizations of Montenegro. Richard Allen from EU Taxo, so welcome and thank you. Bekim Blake from Humanitarian Law Center Kosovo. Misha Popovic from Institute for Democracy, Societas Civilis. Ksenia Nikic from Civic Initiatives, and Anya Bosilkova Antonovska, Head of Policy and Advocacy of the Balkan Civil Society Development Network. So, as the good manners, actually, we are obliged by the good manners, so we will first give the vote to the representative of the government of Montenegro, since they are also co-hosts, since the government of Montenegro participates in the Berlin process. So my first question is going to Minister, and my question is, good governance, our policy recommendations recommends repealing restrictive laws and creating CSO support funds. How can these measures be embedded in national reform agendas in the Balkans?
Dobar dan svima. Ja ću govoriti na maternjem jeziku jer malo mi je i lakše zbog komunikacije, a nadam se da će prevodilac uspjeti sve na vrijeme da prevede kako biste me svi dobro razumjeli.
Good day to all. I will be using the Montenegrin language, and I hope that with the help of the interpreter, I will manage to communicate my point successfully.
Koristim ovu priliku da vas u ime ministarstva i u svoje lično ime sve srdačno pozdravim, da pozdravim kolege paneliste i one koji dolaze u Crnu Goru, da im poželim dobrodošlicu u Crnu Goru.
Let me start by wishing you a warm welcome on behalf of the ministry and on my personal behalf. A warm welcome indeed to all the panelists and all the guests coming to Montenegro.
U samom nazivu ministarstva stoji saradnja sa nevladinim organizacijama i to je jedna poruka vlade Crne Gore prema civilnom društvu da želimo da budemo partneri, da želimo da sarađujemo u narednom periodu kako bismo to partnerstvo podigli na najveći mogući nivo.
In the name of the ministry, we have the phrase cooperation with the NGOs, and this communicates a clear message on the part of the Montenegrin government about our willingness to create a partnership and to enhance our collaboration.
U posljednjih godinu dana i nekolika mjeseca od kako sam na čelu ovog resora intenzivno se radilo na zakonu o nevladinim organizacijama kao i podzakonskim aktima, uspostavljanjem savjeta i sve ostalo što je bilo neophodno za bolji i transparentniji rad između organa državne uprave i civilnog sektora.
I've been in this position for some 12 months or so. During this period of time, we have put in efforts towards drafting of the NGOs law and the accompanying secondary legislation, setting up a council, all for the purpose of enhancing the transparency and our cooperation with the NGOs.
I želim istaći da smo skoro završili nacrt zakona o nevladinim organizacijama. On je poslat na usaglašavanje u nekolika resora. Očekujemo pozitivna mišljenja u odnosu na taj zakon i do kraja mjeseca, eventualno do sredine sljedećeg, očekujemo ga da se usvoji na sjednici vlade.
Let me say that the draft law on NGOs has been finalized and forwarded to some further ministries for their feedback with the intention to get it approved by the government by the end of this month or possibly by mid-October.
Također želim naglasiti da smo poslije 4 godine usvojili i savjet za saradnju nevladinih organizacija i organa državne uprave, koji je prvi put nakon 4 godine usvojen prije nekoliko dana. Savjet se sastoji od 12 članova iz nevladinih organizacija i 12 članova državne uprave i 25. član sam ja kao resorni ministar.
After 4 years, we've also seen the setting up of the Council for the Cooperation between the state authorities and NGOs. The Council includes 12 members from both sides, and I, as the minister responsible for cooperation with NGOs, am the 25th member of the Council.
Osnovni zadatak savjeta će biti da uspostavi što bolju saradnju sa državnim organima kako bi kroz zaključke i odluke tog savjeta na samim sjednicama vlade se raspravljalo, odlučivalo i vjerovatno negdje donosile odluke koje će biti na zadovoljstvo svih građana u Crnoj Gori.
The core responsibility of the Council is arranging the cooperation among state authorities and providing decisions and conclusions that will inform the government's discussions and decision making, which we hope will be to the benefit of all of our citizens.
Također želio bih da naglasim i da smo od 1. januara počeli da finansiramo i resursne centre koji su bili zamišljeni tako što, kako bih vam rekao, Crna Gora je podijeljena u 3 regiona, jug, centar i sjever. Kroz analize i izvještaje koje smo radili, prepoznali smo da su nevladine organizacije koje dolaze iz sjevernog regiona najmanje razvijene i u tom pravcu smo odlučili da rasporedimo sredstva koja su neophodna za finansiranje tih resursnih centara, koji je u ukupnom iznosu bio od $500.000.
As of January 1st, we launched also a funding scheme for the resource centers. In Montenegro, we have 3 regions, namely the southern, central, and northern region, and some analysis and reports indicated that the NGOs from the northern region were the least developed. This in turn informed our distribution of funding in the amount of €500,000.
Cilj ovih resursnih centara je upravo da osnaži nevladine organizacije, da ih spremi za sve ono što ih u narednom periodu čeka, jer prepoznali smo da čak u nekoliko opština sa sjevera gdje postoje registrovane nevladine organizacije, čak ni jedna nevladina organizacija se nije javila na konkurse za finansiranje projekata nevladinim organizacijama ni u jednom ministarstvu koje je raspisalo bilo poziv u prethodnoj godini.
The aim of this support to the regional centers is strengthening the work of the NGOs and gearing them towards what lies ahead in the future. In the course of analysis, we realized that several northern municipalities had NGOs. However, none of them ever applied to any of the calls for support published by any of the government ministries.
Tako da smo kroz tu analizu opredijelili 180.000 za nevladine organizacije koje djeluju na sjeverni region, 130.000 za južni, koji je također po analizama zaostaje malo u prednosti u odnosu na sjever, 100.000 za centralni i 90.000 za nacionalni resursni centar koji koordinira svim ovim procesima.
So this guided us to allocate the funding as follows: 180,000 to the northern region, 130,000 to the southern region, 100,000 to the central region, and the remaining 90,000 for the national coordinating resource center.
Također želim istaći da je Zakonom o nevladinim organizacijama u budžetu obavezno da se svake godine izdvoji 0,5% za finansiranje projekata nevladinim organizacijama, znači to je negdje oko 7,5 miliona na godišnjem nivou. U prethodnoj godini smo uspjeli da realizujemo nešto preko 6 miliona, nijesmo iskoristili sva sredstva, iako smo kroz budžet ih planirali, nije bilo dovoljno sektorskih analiza koje bi obuhvatile sve ove projekte, ali osnaživanjem nevladinog sektora očekujemo da u narednom periodu uspijemo da potrošimo cijeli iznos koji je predviđen budžetom.
The law on NGOs stipulates the yearly annual allocation of 0.5% for NGO projects. That would be an amount of 7.5 million each year. Last year, we managed to spend 6 million, and due to a lack of sectoral analysis, the remaining funds remained unspent. With this strengthening scheme, we hope that in the future we will be able to spend the funds in full.
Također želim naglasiti da smo i novim zakonom predvidjeli uvećanje ovih sredstava, tako da smo negdje planirali da u narednom periodu taj procenat bude minimum 0,6%. Ovako kada gledamo to kroz procente ne zvuči baš da je to veliki novac, ali kada pretvorimo u proste brojeve, to je preko 1,5 milijuna eura dodatno za sljedeću budžetsku godinu za projekte civilnog društva.
The upcoming new law on NGOs envisages an increase of this envelope to 0.6%. It may not sound very significant, but in absolute terms, this is an increase by 1.5 million. We hope to be able to expedite this for the next budget year and use these funds for the development of the civil sector.
Također radili smo i na digitalizaciji samih usluga unutar ministarstva vezano za civilno društvo. Ono što želim da naglasim također jeste da smo uspjeli da uradimo jedan projekat gdje smo napravili jednu dobru priču vezanu za registraciju nevladinih organizacija. Bukvalno kompletan proces registracije je digitalizovan, tako da ukoliko neko želi da registruje svoju nevladinu organizaciju, to može uraditi iz svoje kancelarije jednostavnim radom preko računara u nekih možda 15 do 20 minuta ukoliko im je sva dokumentacija potpuna.
The ministry has also worked on improving the digital services available to the civil society. I can mention one project concerning the registration of NGOs and full digitalization of that registration, which enables citizens to just work from their desks and complete the whole procedure within 15 to 20 minutes online, provided that they have secured all the documents and have them ready.
Vraćam se na prethodnu priču kada je u pitanju budžet za nevladine organizacije. Od ovih 0,5%, 0,1% je namijenjen za kofinansiranje projekata koji su finansirani iz fondova Europske unije i u tom pravcu smo radili na digitalizaciji tako da organizacije koje budu aplicirale za ta sredstva početkom sljedeće godine moći će da apliciraju također elektronskim putem, neće imati potrebu da posjećuju fizički prostorije ministarstva.
Out of the mentioned budget allocation equaling 0.5%, 0.1% refers to co-funding of the projects already funded by the EU, and we've worked also to digitalize the application process to enable application online rather than in person, so the NGO representatives do not need to visit the ministry in order to apply.
I dodatno još da naglasim, cijeli ovaj proces digitalizacije smo predvidjeli budžetom, tako da kada je u pitanju finansiranje projekata nevladinim organizacijama, što se tiče našeg ministarstva, očekujemo do kraja naredne godine da ćemo cijeli proces digitalizovati, a negdje nam je u planu da to uradimo i za sva ostala ministarstva, tako da eventualno u 2027. godini apliciranje sa projektima kod organa državne uprave bit će u potpunosti digitalizovano i mnogo jednostavniji rad i za nevladine organizacije i za samu državnu upravu.
In the context of digitalization, I would like to particularly stress that when it comes to the budget available for funding the NGOs, we intend to digitalize the procedure on the side of our ministry by the end of 2026, and then replicate and cover all the other ministries in the government by 2027. So by 2027, the NGOs should be able to apply to all ministries which for funding, with projects for funding, which should considerably streamline the process for both NGOs and the public administration.
I ovom prilikom želim da pošaljem poruku da što se tiče našeg ministarstva i vlade, u potpunosti otvoreno za saradnju sa nevladinim organizacijama, nikako drugačije ne gledamo nego kao partnere, kao podršku u svim procesima kada je u pitanju Crna Gora, u demokratizaciji društva, zaštiti životne sredine, putu ka Evropskoj uniji, i sav ovaj novac koji se obezbeđuje kroz budžet nije novac koji je poklonjen nevladinim organizacijama, to je projekat za njih, to je novac za njihove projekte koji će dodatno postaći sve ove procese, ubrzati, pomoći i vladi i državi Crnoj Gori da planove koje je zacrtala, a to je da 2028. godine postanemo članica Evropske unije, iskoriste do maksimuma i pomognu da proces skratimo i postanemo dio evropske porodice. Ja se izvinjavam ako sam malo odužio, ali nadam se da su ove informacije bile korisne. Hvala.
And I would like to communicate one message on behalf of the ministry and the entire government. We are open for cooperation with the civil society. We see the civil society as our partners, as support to all the processes related to democracy, environment, EU accession. We perceive the funding made available through the national budget not as a gift, but as funding for the projects that will help expedite all the processes and will also contribute towards achieving the government's plan of joining the EU in 2028, when we expect Montenegro to join the EU family of nations.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, on your talking points. We are very happy that you have been as a representative of government of Montenegro here with us today. So obviously there will be changes in the approaches, but in the context of the government cuts, for instance, and the flows of the money in the region, we all have been witnessing the cuts from the side of the USAID funding. Also, the countries are now increasing some other budgets, but also, development funds are really being cut, and also the United Nations are struggling. So, Richard, my question goes to you, as somebody who is really dealing with those issues in this part of the world for years. So how the international community how international community can support this long-term stability of the civil society sector? Is that even possible?
Yes. Well, thank you very much. Well, thank you for that introduction. I obviously only get the easy questions. I was looking through this, and there's a whole set of for each of the subject areas. There's a whole set of recommendations for civil society, which means that the expectations on civil society are enormous. There's so much work expected of civil society, and that is in the context now of decreasing funding. So it's a really tough ask. Now there are two things that can be done. I think just broadly, one doesn't involve money and one does. The one that doesn't involve money, I think, is countering the pressures on civil society we see not only in the Western Balkan region, but generally across the world. And we've got initiatives like the EU's upcoming civil society strategy, which I think is a very positive move. But more can be done, I think, by donor governments, by the EU, by others, to articulate the positive benefits of working with civil society. I mean, we've heard from the government of Montenegro, I think, this amazing commitment to partnership with civil society. It's really unusual in this region. It's exceptional, and I think we need more of that. So we need to hear that message much more strongly, that civil society is not negotiable. It's an essential part of the accession process. It's essential. We saw it in the governance recommendations. It's essential, but that message needs to be amplified and needs to be talked about much more. And that's no cost. It's absolutely no cost. There needs to be a really visible commitment to that. That's the first thing. The second one is about money, and it's about how do we spend the money that is available from donors more smartly, and how do we encourage more resources to come into the sector. And I think, so there are a number of things we can do around that. I mean, I think first, if we take the second part, bringing more resources to the sector, we see that civil society isn't just dependent on donor funding. Civil society is actually, I mean, Serbia is a wonderful example, I think, at the moment. It's actually, as someone who's sort of been interested in civil society for like 30 years, to see what's going on in Serbia at the moment is a real privilege, because we're seeing something come alive that we haven't had for a very long time. And we're seeing a shift in public opinion, not just about not just about activism, but about what you can do together. So we're seeing changes in the social fabric, effectively. It's like a liberation in a way, where people see that they have a role to play in their normal societies. We see whoever's living in Serbia, you'll know the Zborovi, the Zbor idea. Yeah, they're like local civic councils have just sprung up, and they're being active in their own region with zero resources. You know, just neighborly contact, neighborly action, doing things and making changes. And that's a real example, I think, of where civil society can act without funding, without being dependent on donor funding. And I think we need to be very aware of that. I think from the donor perspective, if we're really thinking about how donors can use their money more smartly, I think they need to see civil society as not a collection of individual organizations, but as a organic ecosystem. And that organic ecosystem has many, many more components than just individual organizations. The people who work for civil society come from somewhere. You know, I think the education system, we talked a little bit earlier, I think someone was mentioning civic education. You know, civic education is such a fundamental part of our awareness and our awakening as citizens, as civic activists. That's essential, and that's an essential part of the civil society ecosystem. We need to invest in that. Knowledge generation. We don't have much knowledge in this region about things like fundraising. You know, it's not enough here. We need to do much more, but it needs to be indigenous knowledge, not knowledge coming from what works in the American context or what works in the British context. It needs to be what works here. And that knowledge needs to be generated, and we need to invest in that with the universities, with organizations in partnership. So if we look at that system, I mean, there are a number of organizations who are doing interesting things. I mean, we know in Albania, Partners Albania is working on philanthropy and encouraging philanthropy. I would argue also that one of the things that's really, really important, if we look at what's the sort of funding structures of non-profit sector in Europe, generally as a whole, very little funding comes from philanthropy. It's maybe 5 to 10%. The rest of it comes from government funding, either for services at local level or grants or via EU, but it's government funding. When we look at the data for this region, the amounts of government funding are relatively low anyway. But more importantly, the trust and transparency, the perception of trust and transparency in government funding is extremely low, and is declining. You know, some countries, we've got the data, I mean, some countries it's about 5%, highest is about 30%, but that's been declining as well. There is no trust, but if we can build trust in the public systems, and I'm looking at Montenegro again here because I think we've got an opportunity to create a great example for the region. If we can create government funding that's trusted and that's transparent and that's fair and effective, that goes a long way to filling the gaps that are being left by USAID and the others. So I think we can bring in more resources to the sector as well as think more smartly about how to spend the money. I'll stop there because I figure I'm talking too long, but
it's really a pleasure to listen such a thoughtful analysis of, and really seeking the opportunities, which is zero funded, no funding, and the funding. So thank you very much for that, Richard. But that I will now would like to discuss with Dania. So we have heard like the possible modalities. Okay, but we also know that behind all of these things is we have a research and that the data are giving us a really good illustration. So what are the key trends, challenges, and what the monitoring and data showing us?
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who stayed still listening to this final panel. It's a very symbolic title, Still Here, and I think what it confirms, what our monitoring data confirms is that we are still here indeed, despite all the pressures, as the Mentimeter showed one picture of it, one part of it. And we simply keep on going. We do not give up, even though this environment is becoming more and more hostile. And it is our monitoring matrix, which is built on over 10 years of data.
and it's tracking 3 areas. One is fundamental freedoms, the other one is financial sustainability, and the third one is cooperation between the civil society and the state. It shows that across the 3 areas there is a negative trend. So I will go briefly into all these 3 areas. In terms of the fundamental freedoms, for years we were saying that we have good laws, they are compliant with the EU, they are, the box is ticked in a way. And the problem was usually the practice. So selective implementation, obstruction, sometimes intimidation. But what we are seeing more and more recently is that the laws themselves become even more problematic. And sometimes it's because it's was the right word, unintentional in a way, because decision makers sometimes do not understand the sector enough. So for example, the anti-money laundering regulations, they label CSOs as high risk despite the evidence that show otherwise, and this complicates their access to banking, their day-to-day operations. Or for example, recently in Bosnia, the minimum wage was raised, which is in principle very good, but then it really brought certain CSOs to the brink of collapse because it's crushing 68% tax on salaries, which is very difficult for civil society. So these are maybe examples where the laws are, well, not suitable for civil society and complicating their work. But what is even more problematic is that we see more of deliberately initiating laws that affect silent civil society. So the obvious suspect is, of course, the foreign agent laws. These are discussed greatly in Serbia, and even in Montenegro, there was a talk on this. And it's even adopted in Bosnia and Republika Srpska at the entity level. Unfortunately, it's not yet implemented, but nonetheless, it serves the purpose of scaring off, of silencing, intimidating civil society. In Republika Srpska, we also have the criminalization of defamation again. But a most recent example is the amendments to the criminal code in Serbia, which intends to penalize, to make a criminal offense a roadblock, which could result in a sentence of up to 1 year. So these roadblocks basically became the symbol of the citizens demanding justice, and this is how the government responds to those who demand justice and accountability. So, and you pair this with daily obstructions like police brutality on protests, on assemblies, raids in NGO offices, something that we haven't seen before, spyware surveillance. All of this is mostly applying to Serbia, but we see across the region the rise of anti-gender narratives and movements. We see smear campaigns, we see slap lawsuits increase, so a lot of pressure is building up. To briefly go into the next area, which is the financial sustainability, of course, the infrastructure does not support our independence. Why? Because tax incentives are not enough. Philanthropic engagement is also underdeveloped. Public funding is still both very scarce and politicized, because it is very often that politically government-aligned or even government-owned NGOs are those draining the resources, which are not even there enough. And what we are left is with this short-term donor funding, which keeps us alive but does not make us stable nor sustainable. And this, we mentioned this, the USAID suspension, and it really was a shock to the sector, but not because the sector is inefficient as such, but because of this whole setting where because of there are no other sources, we keep on being dependent on a handful of external donors. But what is especially a problem here is that now we are in the situation of competing with large international organizations for the same pool of money, for even a smaller shrinking pool of money, which is really not a fair fight, and a fight that we will keep on losing until donors change their modalities of support. And the third and final area is the cooperation between the state and civil society. And here again, we have on paper good mechanisms or existing mechanisms, but in practice, these are all very hollow. We have consultations which are pro forma, which are rushed, even when it comes to fundamental laws like the criminal code in Serbia, which we are yet to see where it's going to be taken. Cooperation councils are inactive or ineffective in a way, and fortunately there was very recently the renewal of the dialogue in Montenegro and also in Macedonia after years of silence. So we see a few steps forward, but as I very often say, we see many more steps back. So just to sum it up, what we are dealing with is hostile, not just narratives, but also laws. We see this suffocating in a way financial system, and we can sometimes even manipulate it, cooperation. And yet, despite this, all of this, we're still here, we're still talking, we're still standing, we're still organizing and adapting. So what we need is not just sympathy from the other partners, but basically partnership and commitment that would enable us to do our work, because safeguarding civic space is what will allow for all these reforms that we talked about this whole day to actually happen and succeed.
Thank you, Anya, thank you very much for this 3-item summary. So, but also, Richard mentioned the word zbor, like union. You mentioned also the cooperation, that is also one of the keys. So this is the reason why I'd like to ask Ksenia, okay, how then collaboration can really strengthen long-term sustainability of civil society organizations? Is that possible also? Same question as to the Richard.
Okay, very difficult question, but I would just like to start with my colleagues mentioned the USAID cuts. So I have a quick kind of funny story about that, which is also related to sustainability and the resilience of civil society. So last year we had this big USAID project that was, the topic was resilience. And we were the local partner, and it was basically led by this big global international organization who had the expertise in resilience. And the idea of the project was that they were going to teach us, the local partners, and also some other organizations in Serbia, how to be resilient and how to be sustainable. So basically it lasted for some time. And then when the USAID was terminated, what turned out is that this big global organization basically was only dependent on USAID funds. So they only had USAID money. So they had to close their office in Belgrade, close their offices in other towns, in other countries, and also had, unfortunately, to let go a lot of staff. Where we have local organizations in Serbia that survived and that continued their work. So I think this tells you a bit how sometimes senseless these projects and initiatives can be, and how basically international organizations could learn and should learn from the local organizations. So at first glance, this talk about long-term sustainability maybe sounds a little strange in a time when a lot of us are basically in a survival mode. We all know this is the reality in the region, with a lot of cuts a lot of funds are being cut or redirected. Also, when you add to that this political situation, which is worsening every day, where we are portrayed as the enemies of the state by the government, where we are under constant attacks, threats, police are coming to our premises. There is talk about foreign agents law, which was submitted in the National Assembly last year. So I think this all really paints a picture of how difficult it is to even be a civil society organization today. In Serbia, for example, when the crisis with the funds began, a lot of organizations started joining forces and basically sharing resources. So we have examples of organizations that started co-sharing one office space. So they would basically, to reduce the cost, they started working in the same office space and rotate. We had examples of organizations that even started sharing staff. So for example, one communication officer would develop joint messages and joint social media content for multiple organizations at once. So I think this way of collaboration really helped these organizations to survive at that period, but also it boosted solidarity. But I think when we talk about some long-term collaboration, some strategic partnerships, I think we should all go back to the basics to kind of reflect why we do what we do, what is our mission, what is our purpose, and who our true allies are. So we have to map partners whose mission align with ours. I think this is very essential, because when you're clear on your mission, you can, understand which partnerships make sense, where to direct your energy. This is even important. This clarity of mission is very important when we talk about some other ways of sustainability. For example, starting a social enterprise. Only if you know why you do what you do and for whom you are doing it, you can maybe identify some economic activities that make sense for your organization and that can feed back into your mission rather than distract from it. Of course, I don't have to mention how partnerships and collaboration are important for fundraising. When we talk about donor funds, a lot of calls require consortiums. You have an advantage if you have a long-term partnerships. Also, small organizations cannot even access bigger funds without having some kind of partnership with larger organizations. But of course, sustainability goes way beyond just availability of funds and money. It is basically our ability to kind of try to reduce dependency and to stay relevant. And I would say when thinking about collaboration, I think we should think regionally. So who are organizations in the region that are doing similar things? Can we reach out to them? Are there some platforms or networks we can join? We should also think about bigger organizations. Are there resource centers in the country that provide some capacity building, some mentor support that we can use for fundraising, finance, whatever it may be? And also we can think businesses. Are there some maybe companies whose social responsibility programs align with our mission? This is a bit easier for organizations dealing with social issues and working with specific groups. For organizations that are engaged in advocacy, democratization, rule of law, from our experience, it's much harder to work with companies because it's too risky for them. And I would say the most important relation that we have and we should focus on is the one with our support base, with the people for whom we work. So if we understand their needs, if we support them, if we build trust with them, they can also give back to us. So we have this example from Serbia recently where organization CRTA lost, as everyone, USAID funding for monitoring of the elections. And they basically crowdfunded and citizens donated and they were successful and they were able to continue this work. Of course, this is not sustainable. This is an ad hoc thing, but I think it's important in the context of credibility, legitimacy, and trust. If you do not have it, then what are you doing? I mean, you cannot be really sustainable if you don't have that relationship with the community. Also, I want to say that I think as civil society, we should join forces into advocacy towards donors. In this time of crisis, request more flexibility. I know it's hard. I know we talk about it a lot, but I think we should push for that. We need more funds to go into human resources, less expensive activities. We all know this. People are the most important resources. They have the knowledge, the experience, the expertise. And just to finish with this, also, it would be in ideal case the best that the state is funding civil society. But of course, when talking about credible, critical organizations in Serbia, they cannot access those funds. They are reserved for gong organizations that the government is, using to influence different political process, using them to be spokesmen for their agenda. So this is not possible for now. Maybe with some new democratic government, it can change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ksenia, on this insight. So, as you said, also the creating of trust with the beneficiaries that we serve and also support from them is really, really needed. And I agree that ad hoc basis is just one-time measure to just surpass the problem, but also commitment of beneficiaries is something that is really needed. But my next question is, what happened when we have the vice versa? A situation when we have public mistrust. So I would like to ask Bekim so what strategies we can do to counter this public mistrust, but also smear political campaigns. So those two things are sometimes going really together. So, and I know that you have a lot of experience with it.
Well, actually, it's very hard to design strategies to find to country those what is happening indeed in our region, and I would say recently even they are more frequent. But I have just identified several possible strategies. Some were mentioned here. The transparency is really very important, and communication with the public. So very often citizens doesn't really know the way of functioning of civil society organization. They think that in most of cases, civil society takes some money from donors, and basically there are no projects, aims of the projects, and so on. So informing the public in a very in a very detailed way throughout the web page or social media would be indeed very useful to try to fight the mistrust of the public. Also, alliances between civil society organizations are really very important, especially when you have smear campaigns of the state against civil society organizations. So a single civil society organization can not really successfully fight those smear campaigns, but if they are part of the coalition, of the broader coalition, then it's more likely that smear campaigns can be denied in a successful way. Something that is very important, especially to gain the trust of the public, is engagement of citizens in civil society organizations, activities, and campaigns. Basically, making them part of the activities would really successfully fight the mistrust. We have really different experiences since we are dealing with a very sensitive topic, and it has to do with dealing with the past and transitional justice, where ethno-nationalistic narratives have become really a regular issue in our countries. For example, lately we have created a memorial on in memory of missing persons, and the memorial is in the public space in Pristina, where names of all missing persons from Kosovo were engraved in that memorial, so including Serbs, Roma, and others. But in this process, we have engaged families of victims who have came and engraved with their handwritings the names, and that have created the atmosphere, and we really didn't have anyone opposing that memorial, so not a single voice. So I think that engaging beneficiaries, but also wide public, is very useful as a strategy. And also in some cases, especially with fake news against civil society by different state, even institutions, but also by media or individuals, can be fight throughout rapid response mechanisms of civil society. So this should be done in a very rapid manner, and in the best cases when there are more civil society organizations who react on such a thing. And another example, just at the beginning of September, a civil society organization was targeted by an analyst in media as an organization who is working against the state interest, and then just next day, civil society organizations have reacted with an open letter, and that works actually work pretty well. So those are several possible ways of reacting on smear campaigns and mistrust in the public.
Okay, thank you, Bekim Faliminderit. So last but not least, so basically we have heard a lot of things. So we have the funding, we have the space, we have the legal restrictions, and all of this is shrinking the space. So I know that our last speaker is famous for his construction of net negative improvement on the Balkans in all of the areas that we have. But what does this shrinking space looks like in the practice? Is one side of the story, and how does this threaten this democratic inclusion and inclusive participation? So Misha, what's going on?
Well, thanks first for the invitation. I would like to begin first with this idea about shrinking space. So I've heard about shrinking space for more than 15 years now. And I started wondering how huge was this space that we are still calling it space, and it has been shrinking for 15 years. So I think it's maybe not the best way of thinking about where civil society operates. I mean, I've been using shrinking space not to be kind of preaching now against it, but I think that we must face maybe some other consideration about what is the playing field where civil society operates in the political field, and what are we against in that political field. And I won't go into details in terms of how does it look like, because even on this panel and throughout the previous panels today and yesterday, there were numerous examples about how civil society has been attacked and what are the typical instruments of this attack against civil society. But like much has been talked about how politics and political regimes in the Western Balkans have been using attacks on civil society. I would like to kind of talk a little bit about this idea of trust between civil society and citizens as a point of resilience. And I would say that it's more a conjecture, like an opportunity based on conjecture, than it really is a resilient civil society. Not to counterpoint anyone on this panel, because we are all trying to find ways how to survive and how to operate, how to deliver. But I'm kind of drawing from the example of my country, and the idea that a political regime can set up an opinion against civil society, which can then be used to fuel this mistrust that is general in society. So all these societies have very low level of personal trust, interpersonal trust, and this is the foundation for civil society. And what has happened, and raise the hand if your government has been acting as if someone else is running the country. This is very easy way how to pinpoint to civil society and say these are the public enemies. And this is kind of the way, the instrument, the playbook that can very quickly turn civil society into public enemy. And the example in Macedonia was that there was very low level of trust, but then in 2015, 2014, 2015, 2016, public opinion galvanized against the government, similar to how now we are witnessing in Serbia, and immediately civil society starts becoming like the judge of what is going on, like the knowledge repository for the media to explain reality to the audiences. And then when there is a change of government, slowly this again fades away, and at some point civil society again becomes enemy of the state. And this is like a circular thing that really shows this fragility of civil society. And to be very short, I think that we are not living in an isolated world. Anti-intellectual movements, populist movements, authoritarian movements are becoming increasingly every day in the North Atlantic in general. So it's not only now that the Western Balkans is the repository on the European continent of anti-freedom or anti-liberal thinking. And this is the biggest problem for civil society here. And I think that one way out is to think about building coalitions with like-minded organizations, individuals, but not only organizations, other forms of political organization on the European level. So the EU strategy on civil society is one way to acknowledge that this civil society here is part of the European civil society, and the instruments that EU civil society has should be made available. So access to politicians, access to other organizations, access to the European Parliament, to petitions should be at the disposal of civil society here. Because this coalition building is necessary, because even in the EU, the civil society is slowly becoming in a similar position as is in the Western Balkans. So I think the next wealth of civil society would be precisely this social capital that we can build over the borders between candidate countries and the EU. And we can then dispel something that I see re-emerging in the Western Balkans, and that is friendly voices from the international community talking to civil society in the front runner candidate countries, saying you're not seeing the bigger picture. You should slowly stop criticizing your governments. We have witnessed this in Macedonia, where civil society was painted as a problematic, as very noisy, very loud, not seeing the bigger picture. And the bigger picture at the end in 2016 was that the government was holding obituaries of the members of the international community in Macedonia because they felt that they are going to be replaced. So I'm afraid that we should be very wary of not allowing civil society to criticize even when things are going well, precisely that because every time there is a space for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Misha. Now I would like to ask the audience to join this discussion. I see hands, so please first I have here. There we go. First row.
Is it on now? Yeah. Hi, I'm Dubravka Popovic from FCDO. I have a question perhaps for Richard. I was really struck by the point that Anya made around how the laws can be drafted with no intention of targeting CSOs, and then they end up being used by governments to target CSOs. So I'm just wondering, what can we learn from experiences of countries where this has already been put to practice? Because as you pointed out here, it hasn't fully been enforced yet, unintentionally or intentionally when it comes to foreign agent laws, for example. So I'm thinking of countries like Georgia, for example, where election laws were used to target NGOs. There was an adoption of foreign agent laws that then ended up targeting the NGOs. There's also lots of protest restrictions to address the protests that are ongoing in that country. And what can we learn also from the fact that the shrinking civil society space, as you said, is not just a problem that civil society face, but actually a broader signal of autocratic tendencies for example, again, in Georgia, it didn't stop with the shrinking of civil society space. It resulted in a halting of the EU accession talks, the shift in whole geopolitics and relationship with Russia as well. So what can we learn from those experiences to prevent the situation in the Western Balkans going in that direction? And is there something that within the framework of this forum we should be sending as a message to Berlin process partners, given that we don't have specific recommendations on this issue? Thank you.
Yeah, it's very, sorry, I thought you, never mind. Well, it's a very difficult question. It's a very complicated situation. It's what we see in the Western Balkans, we see sometimes even worse in other countries. But we still, I think what we should use this forum for is that we need to bring, we cannot just talk within civil society what are the problems that we are facing with. We really need to have everyone involved at the table. So we need to have government officials here. We need to have EU institutions here. We need to have the key people that would be able to, well, in a way, support civil society, deal with the situation, work with our governments in order to improve the situation. And what I think in terms of what the Berlin process should do, and having in mind all these recommendations that were produced, yes, they are absolutely good, and they are really important, they're really relevant. They give some framework for action, but they do miss some key elements, which is, for example, specific benchmarks and specific timelines and indicators that will allow us to monitor and measure what's going on, to see the progress. And then based on that, be able to, well, enforce certain consequences or enforce certain political action towards the countries, because otherwise we don't have the leverage sometimes in order to do this change. And I think it's important to acknowledge that this, again, shrinking civic space is not just a technical thing. It's not just consultations are weak or not transparent and so on, but it's very often a deliberate political strategy. So this is why we need everyone, especially and this forum is the right, I think, place where we can all actors talk about this. So I really hope that this goes into the recommendations for the next Berlin process edition, that we really cannot keep on speaking in a vacuum and converting the already converted. So yeah, I really hope that next time we will be able to discuss all these issues together with everyone who is important to be here.
I would just to add a couple of things to what Anya said. I mean, I think there's two aspects to this. I mean, one is practicing what you preach, right? So it's very, very important that if for example, the EU, we're barking over here.
Barking is actually marking the end of the session.
Okay, all right. So I'll take an example. When the EU announced the growth plan and reform agenda last year, it insisted that the reform agenda be consulted with civil society. But very little of that consultation actually took place. And nevertheless, the EU accepted and adopted those reform agendas. That is not practicing what you preach. That is sending exactly the wrong signals and saying, look, we understand it's difficult, don't worry about it, it's fine, you know? And then that sends the signal that civil society isn't important, the consultation is not important. A more positive example, I think, is the UK government's recent compact convent, whatever it's called, with civil society in the UK, which is an absolute, solid statement of intent that we want to work in partnership. And that can send the right signals as well. That can send signals to the Western Balkans and say, look, the UK government sees civil society as a positive force. And here are some examples of how that can work. So I think that's on the one hand. I think then the other thing that's really tough, and we saw it in Bosnia I guess it was last year. So with the draft foreign agents law, when it was floated, there was a concerted effort by all the international community. And Bosnia is slightly different because it's kind of a protectorate anyway. But there was this huge concerted effort by the international community to shut it down. And by May, I think, whenever it was last year, it was shut down. Okay, now it's re-emerged and it's out. But it kind of demonstrates that if there is a concerted effort, there is real coordination between the international players, there is the chance, and I hope that this will happen in Serbia. We're really worried, I think, in Serbia about this new criminal law. And the EU member states, UK, Switzerland, or other governments have to be concerted and work together and be very clear that there are consequences to shutting down civic space like that. And I think those are the two things. So it's kind of practicing what you preach, setting the example, but also working with the whole of the international community to be very clear about the consequences of shutting down.
Thank you very much, Richard. Angelia, still okay? Can I have a floor to a colleague before, because you have been speaking 75 times, Angelia, not you now. So one, and then you. No, you will have the last word. So first, the person who has not spoken yet today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan Đurić from CRTA from Serbia. I wanted to ask a question for anyone or everyone. So we are talking about shrinking space for years, and we have now different things happening in Serbia. For example, you have these raids on NGOs, illegal surveillance, etc., etc. But there is a lot of things in that part that we still didn't experience, like prosecution, closing NGOs, foreign rights, foreign agents law, arrests, mass arrests, torture of NGO leaders, etc., etc. On this path that we are obviously on, where is the moment where is a red line where we press the panic button and things really change and we don't have usual conferences, etc., etc.? Do you know inside? I'm not talking about some, I don't know, upfront agreed upon policy, but inside, in your gut, do you know what is the red line, what is really the panic? This is something that we talk about a lot, and I wanted to hear.
Thank you very much. Who would like to respond on this? Red lines. Misha?
I think Serbia passed the red line. So, I mean, from the discussions that we had in 2016, it was as long as you have someone to convince really successfully, then there is a point of meeting people in the government or in institution. Maybe not on a conference, but yeah. But I don't think that's sustainable. So unfortunately for Serbia, I think it's a red line. I think conferences are not the way forward now. And as civil society should think about ways how to, at one point, help remove Vučić, but then at the same time prevent him from not coming back 5 years later.
Hvala puno, Misha. Thank you very much. Angelia, you have the honor to close the dialogue here. Yeah, but be short this time, please. Thank you. Thank you.
I will be really short. Just to explain. Thank you, Mr. Suljević, that you come today. I'm one of the rare Montenegrin CSOs who stayed, and I need, from your story, we seem like a CSO paradise. So yeah, I need to explain a little bit. These 0.5% of the state budget, 1% goes for EU-funded projects for co-financing, not just for CSOs, but also projects which are conducted by other parties. 0.1% goes for persons with disabilities. For the CSOs goes 0.3%, which is distributed to different ministries who distribute funds to CSOs. The upper limit of the project awarded by the ministry is 15,000 euros. And you can get only one. and you cannot operate, you cannot conduct long-term programs, you cannot have continuity. Also, we always forget that Montenegro has been left without USAID funds and many other funds long time ago. Also, I just want to address shortly, no matter how transparent and well-designed governmental fund for CSOs is proposed, it will never be independent. It can't be, because if any governmental body provides you funds, you are not independent. You will have to obey some rules. So that's at least my personal opinion. And also, I will be short. We are also affected. Please do not forget that CSOs have regional projects. So if something is happening to Serbia, it is stopping the joint project. So we are all affected by the events that happen in the region because we do cooperate and have many joint projects. So it's kind of a common issue. Whatever is happening in one country, it reflects the others. And also, just one more thing is what at least happens to us is that you have a very good cooperation with one ministry, then the government reorganizes, then everything comes to zero, and you need to re-establish cooperation again, so there is no institutional memory. And I'm sure that the same is happening in other countries. No more.
Thank you very much. Minister would like to answer?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. And with this, then, we will go to the slow closure of the session with Oxford. Thank you.
Zahvaljujem gospođi Anđeli na konstataciji, na negdje, ajde da kažem, retoričkom postavljenom pitanju. Ne želim da branim vladu, ne pada mi na pamet da napadam civilni sektor. Ja sam upravo ovdje kako bi napravio neki balans između državnih organa i civilnog sektora. Možda rijetko ko zna, ali ja sam neko ko dolazi iz civilnog sektora, ko je možda prije nekoliko godina imao svoju nevladinu organizaciju, paralelno se bavio i politikom i poznajem problematiku. Ja se stvarno izvinjavam, malo sam se zanio, a treba da prevede svakako. Anđelija me razumije potpuno, ali cilj mi je da i ostali razumiju. I neko ko poznaje i političku stranu političkih partija, a svakako i potrebe civilnog društva. Ovdje ću staviti tačku, pustit ću da gospođe prevede.
Thank you, Angelia, for your comment and your question. I'm not here to defend the government or attack the civil society organizations. I'm here to strike a balance between state authorities and the civil sector. Not many may know, but I have a background in civil society. I used to run an NGO. I also, at the same time, was involved in politics, so I'm familiar with the political dimension of the situation, but also with the needs of the civil society.
U pravu ste u potpunosti kada kažete da jedan dio od 0,5% ide za finansiranje projekata organizacija koje se bave pravima osoba sa invaliditetom, svakako 1% ide to jest 0,1% ide za EU projekte, kao finansiranje EU projekata i 0,3% za civilno društvo uopšte. Ali kaže se minimum 0,5%, što ne ograničava da ta sredstva mogu biti veća. Međutim, još jedna konstatacija od strane vas jeste da se ta sredstva raspoređuju po ministarstvima. Svakako, naše ministarstvo koordiniše tim sredstvima. Sva ministarstva imaju zadatak da u toku prve polovine godine odrade sektorske analize. Za svoje potrebe, za potrebe ministarstva, za potrebe civilnog društva i za potrebe građana, prije svega građana države Crne Gore.
You are right in saying that out of the 0.5%, 0.1 goes to NGOs of persons with disabilities, another 0.1% to EU-funded projects in the form of co-financing, with the remaining 0.3% allocated to civil society organizations. But you mentioned also the distribution by different ministries. Let me say that our ministry is in charge of coordinating that. So during the first half of the year, all the ministries are required to develop sectoral analysis to identify the needs of the ministry, the respective ministry, the needs of the civil sector, and the needs of citizens.
Ovdje imam negdje podatak gdje mi godišnje opredjeljujemo na osnovu ovog procenta 7,5 milijuna eura za projekte nevladinih organizacija. Međutim, dobijemo zdravih, čistih aplikacija koje prođu svu proceduru negdje oko 6 milijuna 982 hiljade ili 7 milijuna. Znači 500 hiljada manje se traži u odnosu na ono što se nudi i organizacije koje ispunjavaju uslove i dobiju sredstva, ukupan iznos bude 6 milijuna i 150 hiljada eura. Znači, organizacije nijesu iskoristile svoju mogućnost da povuku sva ova sredstva koja su im na raspolaganju.
My data shows that the overall envelope for NGO projects is 7.5 million, but that we in reality receive sound applications for the envelope of 6.9 to 7 million. So the demand is lower by 500,000, and what ultimately gets allocated is typically 6.15 million, so that the NGOs are not properly tapping into the available resources.
Što je negdje 88,14% ukupnih sredstava na godišnjem nivou iskorišteno.
As the overall disbursement rate is at 88.14%.
Također, sva ministarstva koja rade sektorske analize šalju ih na javne rasprave koje traju minimum 15 dana i upravo je to mogućnost civilnom društvu da reaguje ukoliko nešto nije dobro u tim sektorskim analizama, da se popravi. I također, upomenuli ste sredstva kojima je gornji limit 15.000 eura, nije, sve zavisi od ministarstva. Evo, upravo u mom resoru je gornji limit bio 25.000 eura. Šta je suština? Ovo je kontinuitet, ovo se radi svake godine i kroz zakon mi, što se tiče našeg dijela, što se tiče vlade, garantujemo za ova sredstva i nevladine organizacije se mogu osloniti na ovu podršku i na osnovu toga mogu procijeniti da li mogu da nastave svoj rad.
As for the sectoral analyses developed by the respective ministries, they are also subject to 15 days of public consultations, which offers an opportunity to civil society to provide feedback and to ask for necessary modifications. The limit of 15,000 varies. It's decided on a case-by-case basis, so that I can say that within my ministry, the limit for NGO projects was 25,000. The whole point is that this is an ongoing activity where the government guarantees certain funding that the NGOs can rely on in planning their activities and organizing their sustainability.
Da li je sve idealno? Nije. Složit ću se sa vama. Upravo smo tu da zajedno gradimo partnerstvo, negativne ajde da kažem, prakse koje su u prethodnom periodu bile da polako ispravljamo. Upravo je zakon na kojem se trenutno radi prilika da se neke stvari poprave, a svakako u budućnosti ćemo raditi i na podzakonskim aktima koji će sve ovo regulisati i to je prilika da popravimo stanje koliko je moguće. Ono što sam mogao da čujem od kolega koji su danas govorili iz susjednih zemalja, mi se možemo pohvaliti da je stanje u Crnoj Gori sigurno bolje u odnosu na njih. Evo, ja opet, neka me neko demantuje, ako nije tako i ako sam ja pogrešnu percepciju sa ovog panela stvorio, ali ono što još dodatno želim da kažem jeste da u meni kao resornom ministru imate prijatelja, imate partnera i upravo i kroz ovaj savjet koji smo formirali bit će prilike da popravljamo stvari, da stvorimo bolji ambijent. Možda će mi se uzeti za zlo, ali nekada i neke nevladine organizacije su zloupotrijebljene od nekih političkih partija, da li to bila opozicija ili pozicija, i nekada možda i politički djeluju na neke odluke i vlade i vladajućih partija i opozicije, što nekada stvara taj jaz i nepovjerenja između državne uprave, bez obzira ko je na vlasti, i civilnog sektora. Mislim da trebamo svi zajedno da radimo u cilju poboljšanja životnog standarda u svakom smislu građana Crne Gore i naravno da nam je osnovna trasa svega toga put u Evropsku uniju. Ja stvarno izvinjavam ako sam odužio, ali morao sam razjasniti ove stvari, a svakako ko mene poznaje, spreman sam za svaki vid kritike i bio on pozitivan ili negativan, samo da popravljamo stvari, da ne bude, da sljedeće godine ako bude prilike da se sastanemo na nekom sličnom forumu, da neko ustane i kaže stvari su bolje u odnosu na 2004. ili 2005. godinu. Hvala svima.
I agree the situation is not ideal, but I would like to ask for partnership once again, where we try to rectify some of the negative practices that we saw implemented in the past. The new law will provide some mechanisms for improvement, as will the accompanying secondary legislation that will be drafted in the upcoming period. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but my perception of the panel and the discussion is that compared with the rest of the countries mentioned, we have a lot to be proud of here in Montenegro. On my personal behalf, I can say that I remain a friend, a partner. The council that we set up will provide a forum for further improvement as well. Please don't mind my saying, but I believe that the local NGOs sometimes may be manipulated by the political parties, both the ones in government and the opposition ones, so they sometimes may act politically against government decisions, which then generates certain mistrust between the state authorities and civil society organizations. We are all here to work together towards improving the living standards of the citizens and, most importantly, towards advancing the EU accession of Montenegro. I apologize for taking on too long. I felt the need to explain this situation, and I hope that in some future events next year or in the future, we will not be in a situation where we say nothing has changed and no major progress has been achieved.
Iskoristit ću priliku samo još dvije rečenice. Pominjanje i zakon o stranim agentima koji se negdje pominje u zemljama regiona. Vi znate da je prošle godine pominjan i trebao da se radi u Crnoj Gori i znate moj stav vezano za to da smo automatski stavili tačku na tu priču. Iskoristili smo svoj politički uticaj da se više o tom zakonu ne priča, a ne da planira da se radi, i znate moje stavove kada je u pitanju kritika od strane vlasti prema civilnom sektoru, da sam u par navrata medijski kritikovao svoje kolege ukoliko kritikuju javnu riječ civilnog sektora. Tako da još jedna poruka, tu smo za saradnju na obostrano zadovoljstvo, prije svega zadovoljstvo svih građana Crne Gore. Izvinjavam se još jedan. Hvala.
We've heard mention in the context of other countries the law on foreign agents, and you know that last year there were some initiatives to discuss such a law in Montenegro as well. And you know that my position and my political influence went to shut down that discussion. You are also aware of the way I tend to criticize my colleagues from the government if they tend to restrict free speech of the civil society. So once again, I'm all in favor of partnership and cooperation.
Well, thank you very much for this panel. So I would like just to give applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. Now we are coming to a closure. I would like to invite my dear colleague Lara to join me here on the stage. You can just join your other friends and colleagues. Your Excellency, thank you very much. Ekscelencijo, hvala vam puno što ste bili s nama.
Dun, 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 dun. Hello. Okay. So